All right, bro. I should have it up now. It should be working now. Let's try it.
Everything's red, so I'm gonna be watching things to come back down here.
All right, Mitch, you're up, brother. Can you hear me, man?
Yeah, I can hear you at
Here, I
least.
can't hear you. You're muted.
I'm not muted.
I can't hear you, brother. You're muted, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm not muted. Not muted.
Yeah, hooking it back up. So I got both of them finally running, guys. Sorry about that. First day struggle here, trying to get it to work. But I did get the second one up here. Mitch, can't hear you, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking. I
Yep,
don't know what
can't
to
hear you,
say.
bro. You might be muted or it's showing up on my end, so this is your end, brother.
All right, I'm not gonna worry
Oh
about
wait,
it
oh
right
my
now.
volume must be down. I can't hear you. So I could see it coming through on desktop audio. That's weird. Let me see. Here, at least they can hear you, bro. So they can hear you. I'm gonna try to get mine working here.
Sorry about that, guys. Things are a little bit all over the place today. I'm just gonna focus on trading, guys. Right now, ATVI looking interesting for me. Uh, Hey, I know how it is. Short trader can be a struggle. It happens, brother. No worries. Just focus in. Try to find a better trade. You got this. All right. DWT tanking today. DWT tanking, guys. I'm gonna be looking for that one to come back up to VWAP 744.
All right, guys. So we finally got everything working. Tefs is finally working after acting weird all morning. I'm gonna keep Mitch up while I get Thinkorswim up. But man, I don't like it in crunch time like this. It's just too close to the bell. But the scanner stream is working good. We got the live stream working fine. Us trading the open, about to trade this. So we got both streams going. You can keep both of them up. You can keep your scanner screen going. And then you can keep this one up if you want to watch us trade live, guys. Let me see. Let me see if the chat is now working too. Yeah, we know the chat's muted in the scanner stream. Finally. Pain in the butt, guys. I'm going to go grab some coffee, hopefully, really quick, so I'll be back.
Kron shooting out there, guys. Cannabis sector looking strong, guys.
Where did Mitch go, man? Sheesh. All right.
Cannabis sector looking strong.
Whew, man. Pain in the butt this morning, man. All right, guys. Let me know what's moving. I built a watch list much earlier. Sheesh. Somebody help me out with the watch list, man. I guess I got a scanner up here, but I missed all the gaps. What's the gaps today? RKDA I know was moving, dropping. CGC spiking up. AMD. MU. SQ. AMRN rebounding some after a big drop here.
All right, guys. Took a starter here. NPTN.
All right, let's do this. So I wonder if RKDA is tradable. I don't think it is. It is. Okay, so RKDA is tradable, and it might pull a VWAP fade here. So I might take a small position. My account is at 240,553, which is better because it was looking weird this morning. So yeah, so yesterday I did end the day down apparently, even though I was up $20. So I lost about $10, so $30 gross. $30 net in loss yesterday. MU dropping here, looking interesting.
All right, looking for a VWAP bounce play in Kron also at the same time here, guys. I need another down move. I wanted to get closer to 14 so I could risk right underneath 14 there, guys. The MPTN not looking bad either. I'm in there at 630, risking off of 640 here, guys.
And yeah, so guys, I got my sound on both of them. We got MU pulling back to the VWAP. Remember, guys, if you're on the live scanner stream, we are live day trading as well right now, and you can check out that link. Go check out Trade Ideas as well, though. They got their test drive coming up where you can try a full week of Trade Ideas for only $9. And so it's a really good deal. It lets you really try it out, and it starts in a few days. So go check out Trade Ideas. There should be links for that in both chats. MU pulling back to the VWAP looks really interesting. If I can get it at 96, I'll consider it with a risk of 42.03. That would be a 7-cent risk. And so that's what I'm looking at now with it. We also have RKDA, like I said, but MU dropping a little bit too quick here.
Kron with a nice VWAP bounce play. VWAP bounce.
Oh, guys, you can't even see my screen. Whew, man. Slacking today, guys. Just slacking. It's been a stressful day, man. I've been trying to get the scanner stream working at the same time as this. And so we had a little bit of beginner troubles, but I think we got it okay now. They're both streaming, so. But yeah, guys, look at AMD rip here. RKDA dropping some as well. RKDA filling this gap, and this is something I always talk about, that a lot of the time these are going to drop like this. A lot of these big extended gaps just fail so much. All right, I'm looking at MU. Like I said, if it pulls up there, I might consider it for a short. If it gets up to 96, maybe here. There's 90 Woods. $93s. $94s.
Just trying to get in there and Kron there.
93s. $94s. All right, I'm in with 100 shares of MU. Going to look to add a little bit more as it moves up here. All right, so I'm in with 200 now. Like I said, still looking. I forgot to record. There we go. All right, MU bouncing right back up here. I don't mind. Ooh, bad squeeze for me. Quick rejection back down. I was thinking about adding to it, but
All right, guys, long on Kron, long on Kron.
all right, I added another 100 to MU here, so my full sizing is now 300. And we got a nice drop here, but it's been a little bouncy this morning, so... All right, I took half off there. At around 83 or so, banked a little bit in the trade. Maybe look to add back if it does bounce back here, but we're going to see if we can get a much larger breakdown. A lot of wicks with MU, which means it's a little bit sketchier to trade in all honesty, and so we do see some wicks here. So guys, yeah, let me know how the streams are working. This is the first day with both streams up, and yeah, I'm just trying to make sure they're working okay here, so... All right, there's 83. I'm still holding 150 shares here. 78. Nice. Okay, so we could probably take a little bit more off here since it's right around that low of the day. And now I'm only holding 75 shares left of this one.
All right, guys, looking good in MPTN and also Kron.
All right, so I got out of MU there. $30 gain on that one. Going to look to add some size back if it does bounce back there. So yeah, this is the bounce that I was trying to avoid with that. And I can still look at RKDA here as well. That one might give us a solid drop too here. All right, so quick gain there. I'll take it. So there's the bounce on MU. It's just about whether I want to add back to this one now. I really like that bounce to add to it here. All right, I jumped back in with another 100 shares. Going to look to just scalp this one here. We'll see. If it starts to push up too much, I could just bail out of it. But just going to look to scalp this one. All right, I added another 100 here. In with 200 shares now. Ooh, look at that drop in RKDA. Wow, look at that drop. Unfortunate miss there, but is what it is.
All right, selling 200 there at 14.10.
All right, we're down to 84s.
Hold the rest for the breakout here.
Oh, I forgot I didn't put my face up yet, guys. Here, let me put my face up. We might lose some viewers, though. All right, so we're actually getting a quick rebound here. I maybe should have taken profits in there. I still like it, but we'll see what we do with it from here. What's up, guys? All right, went ahead and added my webcam up here. So yeah, I'm holding 200 shares of this one now. Nice drop down to 82s. Beautiful drop. We'll see if we can take some profits if we get a little bit more of a drop. Nice. All right, so I took half off there at 80. And like I said, this is just my same strategy of kind of rinsing and repeating what works here. We're just going to keep trying to attack MU's range, and hopefully we get a larger breakdown. But if not, it's definitely not going to be a losing trade. All right, I got out of there. $45 up, so a quick little scalp on that one, which is all it was really meant to do with that ad. And so I'm up a little bit under 50 bucks on the day now. We'll see what else we can find. But yeah, nice little scalps for MU. Same range-bound trades that I've been attacking lately. And remember, guys, if you're watching the scanner stream, go check out Trade Ideas, the best scanners in the game by far. And if you want to watch us actually trade live and see these, trades live, join our other stream. We're going live in both of them right now. And so, yeah, go check that one out as well. Here's the link for that for all you guys up in the scanner stream today. All right, so like I said, been attacking MU here. Look at that VWAP bounce in AMD. You're in NPT image. Let me know if you're in a trade, bro.
Yeah, I'm in, man. I'm in. I
Okay.
don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I got it
All right.
working.
Yeah, I'm in MPTN and I'm in Cron.
Okay,
I'm
so
in two
yeah,
stocks. I've already taken profit in Cron. Looking to take some profit in MPTN. It was down there 5 cents, but it's bouncing here to the VWAP. Real key here is just going to be that there's no really, really big buyer to push it past the high.
okay.
But it doesn't look bad there, guys. I got Cron at a really good pricing of $14 there.
Here, we should try to put you on the scanner stream as well. Because I think I have it, so I'm doing it. The only problem is joining Zoom from two different spots. I think is what made it glitch out the first time.
Yeah, don't stress it, man.
Okay.
Let's just stay simple today.
Yeah, and if you guys want to hear Mitch as well, just join the live trade stream that we have going on. You know, we're gonna try to do this. Let us know how you feel about this. Like I said, we're gonna try to see what works here. You know, it was a long battle trying to get all this stuff to work today, but we finally got it. All right, so on the scans, I'm seeing Upwork, UPWK. And we also have MU back up to that range high up there. Upwork might show up for a VWAP fade. You can also see on the scans, guys, on the scanner streams, I have a VWAP fade scanner. And that tells me basically when a stock crosses underneath the VWAP. And so I do have a VWAP fade scanner on that scanning page. You can see it. It's at the it's in the middle right end of the scan stream. But yeah, if you appreciate these scans, hit the like button on both these videos. Go check out Trade Ideas. Like I said, they do have their test drive coming up, which allows you to try out Trade Ideas for a week for only $9, $8.99. And so I think it makes sense. You could try it out, you know, give it a shot and see how you like it. And yeah, you know, I think it, like I said, I think it just makes sense. So I'll post that link here as well. Did you ever do the giveaway yesterday?
No, I never did.
We're also going to be doing a live giveaway of one of our beautiful beginner trading mugs here. You can see these dope mugs. We're going to be doing a live giveaway. We'll probably try to do one on each stream. All right, and here's the test drive link for both streams. I'll post them in both streams. Here's the test drive link if you do want to try out Trade Ideas for that week. Check it out. Here's that link for both of you. But yeah, guys, let us know how this is working. You know, kind of a new little thing we're doing today. So let us know how this is working. Ah, look at MU break. I mean, this is kind of the move I was trying to take advantage of. But again, like I always say, these range-bound trades that I take are not trying to they're not trying to jump in at the low of the day. They're not trying to take advantage of a low of the day break. They're instead trying to take advantage of the range in between the VWAP and the low of the day. And so I'm shorting around the top of that range around the VWAP, and then I'm covering my position around the previous low of the day. And so if we get a break like this, that's not actually what I was shooting for. Of course, I would have loved to be able to take that, but it's not exactly what I was actually going for with the trade. And so I'm not as upset as I would be for watching MU drop like that. What's up, chat? Talk to us. I might pull Mitch down a little bit so I can kind of search here. Just let us
Yeah, go
keep
ahead.
updating
No
us on that
stress.
one, brother. All right.
I'll be working it. It
Look
just
at
has the right daily chart. We'll see what
look at
happens.
look at AMD here. Look at that drop. AMD. Look at this, guys. And I'm still looking at RKDA here, for a potential VWAP fade if we can get up there. But really, I've been looking for fake out fades, and I may get one on ENPH here, but Netflix is absolutely tanking here. Upwork still doesn't look bad for a fade. Now, what I don't want to do today, guys, is I don't want to do what I did yesterday. Yesterday, I made like 70 bucks. 70, 75 bucks, and I ended up giving most of it back and ending the day red because I forced too many trades. And so I don't want to do what I did yesterday. It's another $45 gain in a $45 day, really quick today. And so I know it's early. I know it's only 20 minutes in, and I'm up already, a solid amount for my account. But I don't want to do what I did yesterday and just force. That's not what I want to do. What happened to James? Where's James at? I saw him this morning. James, where you at, brother?
That boy's working hard, probably.
Yeah, man. Hope you're killing it, man. What's up, Dennis? Apple? We'll check Apple. But yeah, I really wanted to do this so we could, what's up, James? Yeah, I really wanted to do this so we could really focus on, the trading on this one, and then we can have the scanners on the other one, and you can really have both streams up at the same time. So you can go have the scanner stream up at the same time, and I'll post that link here as well if anybody wants to take advantage of the scanner stream we have going. There's that link. But you could also join this link here and take it, and take advantage of the live day trading and actually watch us trade live. I think that's what we're trying to do here. So let us know if you like this. My internet connection should be able to make this work. And so let us know if you like it this way, and we'll consider doing this from now on. All right, AMD, we might get a VWAP rejection here. Yeah, I'll try to put Mitch. See if I can squeeze a spot in for Mitch here. That might work. Let me see. No. I think it's probably better to do this. There we go. That's right, James. Yeah, don't stress it, brother. All right, so we got Upwork here. What do you think about Upwork, Mitch? Upwork is up here. I've actually, if you guys have read any of my writing, I'm actually, I'm not going to say I'm like a writer, but I have done contract freelance work on Upwork for writing specifically. So I've used Upwork some. The issue with Upwork, and the reason I don't know if it's necessarily going to last that long, and it's been around for a while, so don't get the wrong impression, but I think that Upwork drives prices down so much that it's hard for anybody to actually want to write for Upwork because it's kind of a race to the bottom with contract work for it. And so what you get is like a lot of people overseas that typically will work for much less, and it just ends up driving the price of work down to where it's not necessarily worth it for writers, All right, we got MU breaking lows still here. SQ might pull back to the VWAP. We also got ENPH, which is kind of staying a little rangy here. I'm really considering Upwork here with the risk of maybe 16, maybe 96 or so. So that would give me about a 70 or about a 30-cent risk. So if I could take it with like 50 shares, I'll consider it with a reward target down at 13 for just a small little trade for it. but I really don't mind it here.
All right, attacking both of these stocks, Cron and MPTN. I feel good about them. One's a VWAP bounce, one's a
Uh,
VWAP fade. Let's see which one plays out.
Upwork isn't tradable. Man, I was
Mm,
so ready for it too.
it
I was so
happens,
ready
it
for
happens, brother. It happens.
it.
Ooh. One that I miss is Dish. I was watching that one, just took my eye off of it as I've been trading these two. That one faded decently.
V-Ray, if it can get back to the VWAP. Hey, so traders on the scanning stream, you guys can hear me, right? I just want to make sure you can hear me on both streams. One's the scanning stream and the other one's the trading stream. So I just want to make sure you guys can hear me on both. Like I said, go check out Trade Ideas. Their test drive is coming up. You could try it out for $9, basically $9 for a week, which is pretty cheap because the base Trade Ideas is like 120 bucks. And so to try it out for that and see if you really like it is a huge deal, and you should definitely go check that out.
Can't let Cron break 80s.
Here, I'll throw Mitch up while we're waiting. I'm not seeing anything else I've liked since MU this morning. Here, let me put him up.
All right, guys. Out of Cron. Took a big hit there.
Don't stress it, brother. Still early. You got time, and you know that's a not a huge hit, brother. So you're
It's just one of those that not good execution. Had a 25-cent profit opportunity there. Didn't take it. Being a little greedy. That's the problem with sizing down is I get used to the bigger realize, and then I kind of get a little greedy when I see the realize not being as big as I used to make it.
yeah.
Because essentially there, uh, my risk was past. I got the 2.5 and maybe didn't get a 3-to-1, but I had 2.5-to-1 and should have taken profits there. Just being greedy.
Don't stress it, brother. I do the same thing sometimes, man. So don't stress it, bro.
Yeah, it's a sizing down issue.
Yeah. All right, guys. So yeah, like I said, let me know trade ideas in the trade ideas scanner stream if you can hear me. I think you should be able to, but let me just test that out real quick. FTCH looking for a VWAP projection. I like Upwork here too. Yeah, FTCH. This would actually be a fade. Well, I don't know. Actually, if it breaks down underneath here, it may be a rejection. We'll see. SQ is kind of getting closer and closer. ENPH is right at the VWAP now as well. So I'm looking at, and Roku is just ripping up here. Roku's just ripping up. Yeah, I think I got out of MU a little bit early, but I mean, I think it's really easy to say that in hindsight when it does wash out like this, and so I can't be too hard on myself for that. I don't think. SQ starting to rebound here, and if it gets up to 39, it could be really interesting here as well. So for SQ, I like it because I can use that 51-cent risk. My risk is 12 cents. I can get in at 39 with a really big range stock and have a pretty tight risk at the $0.50 as well. These are kind of the ones I'd like to scale in a little bit early with, but we'll wait. Man, look at Roku just run here. Just a big run for Roku, guys. See, this coffee is terrible. Hey, Carol, this coffee is terrible. What kind of coffee is this? Huh? Dunkin' Donuts? What flavor is this? Vanilla? It's terrible. I mean, it's not your fault. It's the coffee, baby, so don't stress. I'm not attacking you.
I like DWT here.
Sound is good. Cool. All right. And yeah, like I said, if you're in the trade ideas stream and the scanner stream, we're actually trading live as well, so you can keep both scans up or both streams up. And yeah, you can join us at this link right here. And so you can come watch us live. So FTCH is looking more interesting, especially if it gets rejected and comes all the way back down here, and it's tradable for. So FTCH is the newest one I'm watching. And the reason I think SQ might actually follow pull down before then. The only issue with FTCH is just it's so extended on the downside. We got to look at the daily chart here as well. Yeah, I mean, it's just super extended on the downside. I'm not saying I still wouldn't take it because, I mean, the risk reward is still solid. You could risk off of this 11 level here. But that makes me like it less for sure, the extension on the upside or the downside. But it might be a fake out fade. We'll see if we can put in those levels here and try to see if that works.
All right, guys, short a little bit here on DWT. DWT. All right, it's looking good here. Like that rejection there.
Here, I'll throw DWT up so people can see it. So yeah, so what I'm basically looking for, yeah, I like the fade setup. But so what I'm looking for with FTCH is now I'd like to see it preferably come back down to this low right here and then bounce back up so I can take it. I don't mind it. Let me see what the range is. The range is not huge, but it's not necessarily small either. It's about 19-cent risk. We'll see. We'll look for a bounce here in FTCH. We'll see. We'll give it a try here. I just like the resistance above. I think it's probably going to come back down. I'm going to go ahead and take some more here. Take a little bit here for FTCH. I just bought 100 shares. I'm just going to look to see if it comes back down to the bottom of the range and maybe look to add some if it does bounce up here to the VWAP. Risking off of that $11 point is what I'm doing here. Again, I got to be careful not to do what I did yesterday, though, which is have a really solid day right at the open, but then not have the discipline to say, okay, it's a green day, you should finish. And instead I just forced trade after forced trade, and it just ended up hurting me. So
one that I like is Dish at the VWAP.
Dish is at the VWAP. DWT looks solid for you though.
Yeah, doesn't look too bad.
All right, so we're getting that spike up here. The biggest issue with FTCH at this point is it's putting in higher highs. Now, I still like my risk level, but it is putting in higher highs, and I have to be honest about what it's doing here. If it starts to rip over the VWAP, I do not want to. I'm out. I'm not trying to hold that thing for this rip. Now, maybe if it comes back down, I'll consider it, but at this point, this is what I mean when it's putting in higher highs. The trend is going up, and it may have faked me out, but you can see the trend is going up. Maybe gonna get faked out here. AMD pulling back to the VWAP. EMPH still looking like that too. And if we get a rejection here, basically, if this puts in a lower high, then I like it much more. But yeah, there's the rip. That's not what I wanted to get stuck in. So Dish looks to be squeezing up a little bit.
Yeah. The resistance in that one is 71.
SQ now at the VWAP. Like I said, for SQ, I can literally use a 10-cent risk if I can get in time. Alright, so I jumped in SQ with just 50 shares. I'm just going to stick to that little risk level I gave myself, see if we get a nice rejection here, and if not, it's going to be like a $5 loss.
All right, one to watch, guys. RLGY. RLGY getting up there to where I would call it bullish. Starting to make its move past 575s.
Yeah, look at FTCH. So this is exactly why I got out of this one. This higher high, it's just a bullish sentiment. You know, when you're getting a higher high and then a flat top at the top of the range, then it looks strong. And so probably didn't analyze it enough before jumping in that one. All right, so remember, guys, my risk in SQ was 10 cents. I was risking $5. So we'll see if this works out now. AMD kind of slowly pulling back to the VWAP, and I'll consider that as well. Um, we'll look at FTCH. I'm not going to ignore FTCH now because now I'm looking at it for a fake out fade. So like if it puts a high up there and then comes back down, and then I'll start to consider that as well. But it's got to put in kind of like I said that VWAP head and shoulders pattern that I've been watching. A lot of stuff's getting squeezed up.
All right, guys, gonna cover some here.
SPY is right at the VWAP too.
All right, guys, covering 400 shares there. Willing to add it back at VWAP. Just taking some off the table there. Not gonna miss this time. If this does fade down, I'll just take down the rest of it and start working my way back. A little bit down on the day, so got to work my way back here. Dish rejected nice there after that kind of push.
Which one?
Dish. It was squeezing, but it actually created a resistance there at 60. Not too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be a fake out fade there for sure.
Yeah.
If it gets below.
The real
SQ.
key for me is I'm watching UWT, see if that can get above 1140s, and DWT that's going to bounce here to 720s, and then we'll see if it gets knocked down right back down.
Beautiful
We don't
drop.
pass the high.
Beautiful drop for SQ here. And remember, I took 50 shares with a very small risk. I was risking like $5 in this trade. So I'm going to take it off here and just scalp that move. I'm back up to roughly a $45 day. Just a little scalp there with 50 shares. What? SQ?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I took 50 shares, man.
Oof.
It was just such a tight risk. I got in at 40.
I love the trade. It swing in there, man. $20 risk is not too bad with 100 shares.
I know, but I'm already
The
up on the
risk
day.
was 65.60, right?
Right.
That's
Well,
what
no,
I'm thinking.
my risk was smaller than that. That's why my
Yeah.
risk was 65.50.
Okay.
And so that's what. Look at AMD for the rejection there.
All right.
Whoa. But no, basically what happened is that I'm up yesterday. If you remember, I made like $75, and then I gave it all back. I gave it all back and ended down on the day actually yesterday.
Yeah, that's really frustrating. Yeah.
Right. And so today, I am not going to make that same mistake. And so when I see a good setup like that, I'll take it. But I'm not gonna give it all back like I did. You know, my accuracy's been pretty solid. I'm 2 out of 3 trades have been successful today. A few scalps, but
Yeah.
not bad.
Yeah, I love it, dude. Let's just try to get your consistency is 100% there. That's why I'm trying to get you to stick to that same risk and reward. I think you're doing really good on the actual selection. Hey, everyone's going to lose a trade there, here and there, but I feel like you're about 60% accurate the last couple of weeks, and 60% is accurate is more than accurate enough as long as you do the right risk to reward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm even that accurate. I think my risk reward's been okay. Like I put out a video yesterday called "How to Calculate Risk Reward in Day Trading," and what I showed people is that my stats over the last let me see, in the last 30 days, my accuracy is only 54%. But my profit factor is 2 to 1, and so even though my accuracy is only 54%, I've still made 1,700 in gross profits in the last 30 days.
Oof.
And so, even with small size and even with 54% accuracy rate, because the risk reward ratio that I'm using in my trades is still solid enough, I'm still able to bank a solid profit from these moves. And now SQ, I do agree I probably should have held. Dish, though, might be a fake out fade here.
What do you think about MPTN here? It's interesting for me. I'm considering adding here at the VWAP as it broke down through 620 there.
For me, I don't like it as much just because it's low volume, but I know that's kind of your bread and butter, and you usually kill it with these type of moves.
Yeah,
So
there's a
not
hidden seller in here that showed up there at the 40s. That's my concern.
so yeah, it's not my style, but I can see how you might be able to do well with it.
Yep. For right now, I'm sticking with the size I have. All right, guys. DWT rejected there off 720s. So
Uh,
let it push up again. Let it try. As long as it doesn't get past 23s here and rejects back to 20s, I'll go ahead and I'll short it some more.
Sorry guys, I had to plug my laptop charger back in. I just noticed the battery low. Sign has been up in there.
One that
Um,
I'm looking at is CVS. As CVS can get back to 59 or 58.96.
I'm looking at SQ if we can get back up to maybe 40, maybe 30 or 40, and then I'm looking at Dish. Dish for a fake out fade looks okay here. What's up, Sid? What's up, bro? Yeah, my laptop about to die. Yeah, I plugged it in. RKDA going crazy today, guys. Crazy moves for RKTA today. Wow. Look at this. RKDA, and it's tradable, guys. And this one's tradable. So it's very rare that we get a parabolic penny stock that's actually tradable for us. RKDA is. And it just got halted. It's halted at 350. Huge volume spike of just under a million shares go through there in 1 minute. And it's really, really ripping here. RKDA. And like I said, and it's tradable for us. I'm probably not going to trade it because this isn't really my style. And I'm not trying to lose my account going crazy trying to long a hyper parabolic mover, but
Hey, who
if
knows?
yeah, it is what it is, you know.
I'll be taking a look at it, guys. I don't shy away. I got you guys. If I take a trade, I'll let you guys know. I'll take an eye on it. So what I always talk about with parabolic moves is understanding what's called the ultimate risk here. Ultimate risk is 296. If the stock just opens and tanks, that's where it's going to head to. So you have to understand that on your risk level. One of the key things is whenever you have a parabolic stock, understand that the ultimate bottom could possibly happen. So with that, you need to adjust your share size so that if it did go down that far, hey, you're not going to lose your whole account, but you're going to go ahead and have at least that mentality that if the stock just completely tanks there, you're getting out.
Yeah, what time did it get halted? That's the big thing. And so it hit
1009. 10,
it
1009. So I would expect 1014 or 1015 for resumption.
all right, I'm going to take 100 shares with Dish here.
All right, DWT looking great. Also, MPTN looking great. I would like to see one more rejection off 30, and that thing can just start tanking down to 6.
All I'm doing is risking 62 here for Dish, which is that previous high. This is a VWAP fake out fade. The biggest issue with Dish I have here is the volume. Honestly, the volume is just a little bit low for my style. Main goal here is to try to get out at around 30 down here. And so I don't mind scaling into it with, like I said, a 10-cent risk. But we'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll add like another, 60 shares, 70. Oof.
I
This
might have
coffee
to
is
start
too
learning
bad,
how
man.
to. I might start trying to learn how to scalp DWT and UWT at the same time. I think I can do it. Today I could have done it for sure. I could have gone long on UWT off the VWAP bounce there, 1120s, selling each time at 1130s, just buying it off, selling it, selling the range, buying it, selling the range. Same thing here with DWT, selling at
Uh,
720, buying it
there's
at 710.
there's the resumption for RKDA. So it
I'm
resumed.
watching it.
It's up to 388, 390s. Spike it up here. You got to be really, really careful with these type of moves because a lot of the time these are just going to retrace and come all the way back down. That's one of the
Yeah,
reasons I don't trade halted stocks as much is because again, you're going to get faked out a lot of the time in these, and these are how new traders lose their account. You know, this is what happens is that they watch all these gurus They
All
want to
right,
trade.
guys. Next stop here is 415s. 415s. That's a big resistance there. Big resistance at 4 and 415. After that, there's clear cut move to 460. So that's the price point we got to watch. Kron coming back with a vengeance there, guys.
SPY faded a little bit here. So yeah, this is a really interesting chart too. Next, the level that you can watch to see if it retraces back to is the pre-market high as well. It's 350. It's also the half dollar.
Yeah.
Very interesting
340,
level right
350.
there.
That's the level I like.
Yeah, very interesting little point right there. Um, all right, so I'm still in Dish. I was trying to get a better average here, but the bid never quite got high enough for me to get a better average, and so I'm still in it with 170 shares.
All right, guys. Gonna put out an order here for RKDA at 340s. Let's
Okay,
see
I'm
if we get
throwing Mitch
filled.
up. I'm throwing Mitch up now for
Here,
sure.
I'll
Then.
put it up on the other chart here. I was watching it on my Thinkorswim charts here. I'll put it up here.
All right, I'm gonna put
All
my.
right, guys. The level to get the retrace would be 340s. I'm going to look for that retrace. Looks like it's getting bought up right here in the fours, but that's a strong resistance there. So I expect a pullback. It can pull back to 320s and do a VWAP bounce. So that's my idea of 340s. Risk here is $3, $40 risk for a potential move. At least 40 cents higher, the 380s, but I'm expecting a move past that to through the $4. A lot of volume getting caught up there in the 80s. I see about 10,000 shares that got bought up there at the 80s. Let's see if it pushes through the 4. If not, we should see a big kind of down pull
Yeah,
right
look at
after
that
that.
move. Yeah, I'm getting squeezed up in Dish. It was a solid fake out fade, but I think regular fades worked a little bit better today. Very close to my risk.
MU getting back up there to VWAP, but I think it's that time where everything is getting on that third move. You just got to be careful. That's all it is now.
Yeah, I
Be
like
very
MU. I
Yeah,
do
be
like
very
MU.
tight with your risk, but it is tradable there.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, it gotta get up a little bit higher. But I like the 69 risk level. If I can get in at 60, I can have like a 9 cent risk. But yeah, Dish is squeezing out. If you guys can see this here on the right, it's squeezing me out most likely. I'll give it a chance, but luckily I built some cushion up on the day.
All right. All right, guys. Our KDA is probably going to squeeze through 4 right here. I'm going to cancel my order for the moment. Focus on the stock that I'm nailing right now, MPTN.
All right, we're gonna squeeze up. I'm getting out of Dish here, so squeeze me out. Bigger loss on the day, $25 loss is what it is. Still looking at MU. We'll see what happens with it. If I jump in MU here, I'm just gonna jump in with like a small share size right now, and then if it pulls back up to my level, great. I was trying to jump in, but man, it dropped too quick. I'm in it with 50 shares, and I'm up some, but man, just didn't get the sizing I wanted. Unfortunate. SQ completely tanking down there too, and
All
Dish
right,
fake ting
guys.
out.
Expecting here a quick breakdown. Now I'm going to sell about 300 shares just to take some profit here in MPTN. And then I will be looking to get a bounce. Any bounce I'll be shorting into. I really feel confident about this one when we got that 100,000 share hidden seller to show up at 640 and just completely knock it down. Since that moment, the stock's been reacting really positive for me. So I'm looking to take quick profit here at 1619. Boom. Taking it there at the low. All right. Now that we got ourselves some profit, $35, let's look for a bounce to get bigger in. I'm looking to take a big swing in this. This is a stock that has a tendency of coming right back down. Had really bad news a while back in May. Bounced up dramatically in the last 2 or 3 days, and really no volume today. No buyers to really keep it moving and get it past the 650. That's why I'm taking the short.
All right, I'm back.
RKDA doing the third resistance there at $4. Support there is 380. Now you can kind of take the trade and risk off of that 370 or 360. It doesn't seem unreasonable.
Yeah, I'd wait. For me, I'd want to take it. Either this is if I'm looking at RKDA, I'm looking at it with two different options. One of them is scalping it when it breaks those highs at $4, 405. The other one is waiting for a pullback to 350 and trying to get in, anticipating some support at the pre-market high at 350. That's the two setups that I would look for with that one. But again, it's been a while since I've traded these parabolic moves, so I don't know, how I would want to really approach that one.
All right,
Dish,
DWT back there at 720. Can't let it get past 720s here. I
Dish
told
completely
you,
faked me out. Sorry.
DWT and UWT, it would be really good options for kind of range trades.
Yeah. Hey, I think you found your AMD, man. If it's see, look, there's RKDA spiking over $4. Same move I talked about. That's what I would do if I was trading this one. Is just scalp it over 4, 4 or 5. Spiked up to
Yeah.
425.
Yeah, the key is the ultimate risk. Ultimate
Right.
risk is that last huge 1 minute candle, 360. If it
Yep.
just tanks, that's where it's heading to. So
I
you have
agree.
to adjust your share size to understanding that, hey, if it comes down, if I buy it at 390 and it goes down 30 cents, I can't be 1,000 shares if $300 is going to kill my account.
Right.
So what I have to do is I have to understand. All right, so how much can I risk here? Is my risk $50? Okay, $50 or $60. Let's go with maybe a 200 share size here, and that would risk $60 here at that 390 pricing. And
Dish
so that's not
completely
that bad.
faked me out. Look at that Dish fake out, man. Just exactly at my level too. I got out at 63. It went right up to 63. So I maybe got faked out a little bit too early, but is what it is. I might actually look to add back to it now that the risk level is so defined there. And I'm looking to add to AMD if it pulls back up there. My bad for cutting you off, brother.
Oh, you're good. I'm just
Okay.
relaxing. I have a feeling MPTN's a straight home run, guys. At least from my eyes, this is what you look for, guys. Super extended stock, lots of volume, then dying volume, no catalyst to keep it going, market coming down, and no volume to keep it pushing. Hard rejection, hidden seller. Um, at least I know that he put his pricing in at 640. So if it comes back above VWAP, yeah, I can just step out of this and look for it to break down through VWAP again. But what I can really do here is really start taking some sizing and trying to knock this stock down. There's the SPY heading down to the 291s. Let's see if it
Yeah.
heads down to 290.
I went ahead and added back some to Dish now that it rejected right at my level. I'm still holding AMD here. Uh, Gonna look for. There's a really nice breakdown for AMD. Solid. Or no, for MU. My bad. Man, I don't even know what's working like this.
Oh, CGC did a nice fade. Nice fade on CGC. I missed that one.
All right, I took
Beauty.
half off of AMD. I don't even know how much I'm up in these. I guess Dish is the one I'm really up in. Okay, so wait, let me see how much I'm up specifically in this position. Okay. Gonna look to add back to AMD if it bounces back up there.
I feel like we're just about to see MPTN just get nailed here. Big sizing right now will knock it to 6. And then the daily chart itself has so much room when it breaks at 6 that we can really start seeing this stock make some moves. All right, guys, DWT pushing there. I don't want to see it hold 724. 724 is my risk there. I only have 100 shares left. That's why I'm letting this share work. If I lose 4 cents on 100 shares, it's really not going to kill me. I already have $28 on that stock, so let the rest of it work. I've been working my way back from a loss on Cron of $77. Right now, I have what I had $63 realized. So working my way back here, guys.
Yeah, I'm working my way back to I made 45 bucks earlier. I'm working my way back to that. My accuracy's solid though, man. It's just I gotta get up there in size. That's the biggest
Yeah.
problem with me.
I think what really the focus, man, you have to just focus on the risk to reward. So every trade, try to make it the same way. When you're losing, that's how much you're losing. When you're winning, that's how much you're winning. I think what's happening is you're having really great trades, and then those are the trades with small sizing, and then you're having some bad trades, and then those are the trades with the big
Sizing.
sizing.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
so that just completely washes out, our edge. It happens to me. It happened to me earlier with the sizing issue, and that's why I lost $77 on Kron. Should have never lost that much. If I would have stuck to the right risk and reward, I would be up right now. And that's the key. Sticking to the same risk and reward is going to get you to the green. If I would have risked $60, which is the max risk that I'm trying to do right now with the sizing I have, Kron would have been at 60, and I would have been at 63 plus already in the green.
All
Two
right, I
wins.
just took Dish off. Sorry, my bad.
No, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, so I just took Dish off. I'm going to add back if it bounces back. It got to the bottom of the range, and at least I was able to kind of take some of that loss on. Still holding a little bit of MU, and I think you guys can see me, right? Like, I'm in the very right side of the screen, but you should still be able to see me here.
All right, about to step out of DWT, guys. If it holds this 25, if I see any shares going through there, I'm just going to step out. If
Yeah,
it comes
today
back
is
down to 720s, I'll add for a move to 710 again.
today's the $45 day for me. I've come back and forth to this level like 3 times now. It's like I get
That's
to 40. Well, I get to 45, and then I take a small loss, and I get back down to like 30 or 25, and then I get some more gains, get back up to 45, and so we'll see if I could actually break 50 now.
yeah, just have patience with that next one.
Yeah, so I'm gonna add back to MU. I got out the last little bit because it was only 50 shares, and I'm just gonna look to add back when any bounces back up there. So yeah, so look at this, guys. So RKDA all the way back down, and this is why people lose accounts with stocks like RKDA, is because they might spike up quick, but they also drop very, very quick. And so you can look at RKDA, went up to 428. If you look at this chart here, guys, look at RKDA. It gets up to 428 and then gets reversed all the way back down to 370. So just a massive, massive
So
reversal.
what is it doing there, guys? It's coming down to what we talked about earlier, the ultimate risk. Why does it want to come down to the ultimate risk? Market makers know where you got in, guys. That's what I want to remind you guys. They know where the most volume is. And so they attack the support to bring the stock to the support so that the full pattern is made. Anybody that kind of rushed to the buy button is just going to get trapped here as it approaches the 360s. They stop out, the volume collects there and scoops back up. I'm not saying that it's going to hold 360, that it has to hold 360, but what I'm trying to do is describe the psychology of market makers and why you can get trapped in these kinds of stocks.
Yep. And look at Dish here. So when you look at Dish here, 100%. And this is how new traders lose their account, is because they watch gurus who push stocks like this. And I'm not saying you can't make money, because you most definitely can make a ton of money trading stocks like this. But what happens when you have the potential to make a lot of money? You also have the potential to lose a lot of money. And this is exact reason why new traders fail a lot of the time, is because they watch gurus and they think they can trade these type of stocks. And so they jump in a stock like RKDA with like 1,000 shares because all they see is dollar signs. And then it just reverses on them.
That
Destroys
is
their
exactly
account.
right.
Destroys their account. That's what happens to all. And I know this because this is what happened to me too. Like when I first started trading, like I said, I think I've talked about the story of how I was up like $100. It was when I was trading on SureTrader. And I saw like a big parabolic mover. No, it was a recent IPO. And I thought I could trade that IPO. And so I jumped in with what I thought was a small sizing. It was like 50, 100 shares. But this IPO had a range of like $10. And so within like 10, 15 seconds, I was immediately down like $300 or $400. I ended up forcing trades for the rest of that day, and I just completely destroyed my account. Just completely lost my account, and that's how it happens. And so you gotta stay disciplined in this type of moves. Look at Dish though, guys. Another thing. So since Mitch's trade's a little bit quiet, I'm gonna pull him down and throw myself back up here.
Yeah, I'm already
So
looking for my next trade.
yeah. So this is the funny thing, is like you'll hear people say that technical analysis doesn't work and that day trading is just random and that it doesn't actually work. But you can look at the ranges of stocks and see that there's obviously like certain moves, there's obviously technical moves that you can identify with these stocks. Again, my profit target was the low of the day. Look exactly where Dish traced right back down to. And then look at where my risk level was. My risk level was honestly right here. It goes exactly to my risk level and then all the way back down. And so these ranges happen and they can be profitable for sure. FTCH is moving back up. Let me see, make sure. There you go. FTCH is moving back up to the VWAP here, and I might start to look to attack this one as well. It's back below the VWAP. Any subsequent bounces to 94, I might jump into FTCH again.
My phone died. Yep.
Oh, no.
Video gone.
No stress. Yeah, usually what it is, Sid, is the people that say this are people that have tried trading a lot at the time as well. Like, some of these people have tried trading, and what happens is, like, they watch a guru, they deposit thousands when they should be trading with one share. They should be trading very, very small, and they go big. They trade like 1,500 shares, and they get destroyed in one or two trades, and they just lose their account, right? And then what do they say next? Instead of looking within themselves and being introspective like a mature person's going to be, instead they're going to reach out and they're going to blame the market, or they're going to blame their guru, or they're going to blame somebody like me, or they're going to blame their broker.
Perfect.
And that's how it happens. People that end up losing their account then come back and say, oh, it's impossible to do successfully. I've single-handedly proven that it's not impossible by doing it live every day. Like, I stream live every day. I can't fake gains if I wanted to. And people can keep up with my account balance, with my P&L. And so I am proof that you can do it successfully and that it does work. You just have to persevere through those initial losing streaks, which are going to happen at the beginning. They happen for everybody. And so the best thing you can do is just take it slow in the beginning. That's one of the biggest reasons that we preach about taking it slow. You don't need to take huge sizing. If anything, when you're first getting started as a trader, 300 shares should be huge sizing for you. You should be scared to take 300 shares. You need to jump in with 100 when you first get started, 50, 10, depending on the range of the stock and the float. But most new traders, they get so antsy to trade, they get so ready to trade that they just jump in. Let's be real. Most of the time they deposit $2,000 into a SureTrader account. With that 6-to-1 leverage, they start taking 500, 1,000 shares, and within a week it's done. It's done. And that's what happens. All right, so I'm looking at FTCH here.
I'm going to probably take some profit here in MPTN here, guys. I'm expecting a bounce real soon. Yeah, so I'm looking to see if it's going to crack to 605. If not, I'm just going to take 200 shares off here.
Look at that fade on CGC, man. Somebody in the chat told us about it. Look at that fade, man. It's too late for it.
I mentioned it. Beautiful. I mentioned it.
That was a beautiful one.
Yeah, I mentioned it around 10:20 after it just quickly rejected there. I was just in another trade. One that I'm watching, potential VWAP bounce play, maybe RLGY. No, that was a mover from yesterday.
I do see that one. I'm back at FTCH with 50 shares. Gonna look to scale into it up to the VWAP and then maintain. Let's see, where's my risk? Maintain a risk of like 98 or so. So very tight. Yeah, and you guys remember this SQ trade? The risk reward was out of the charts. Something Mitch said was right though, that I should have held it to my reward level, which would have been the previous low of the day. And if I did do that, I got in at 40, risk level of 50 that I mentioned when I got into it. So a 10-cent risk level. And then you get from 10 cents from 40 down to,
yeah,
it would be a 65-cent reward. So that's 6.5 to 1 reward to risk ratio for that SQ trade. Even with 50 shares, that would have been a home run. That would have been like 30 bucks, 35, 40 bucks.
Yep, that's why I mentioned maybe 100 shares seemed more reasonable. It is a hard stock to judge because it's square and moves really fast.
Follows the market sometimes too.
Yeah, took 200 shares there, guys, off MPTN on 610. That's a good 20 cents already on those 200 shares. Had 700 shares to begin with in this one. Already have 77 realized. So in the green today, already 20 bucks, 20, $30 after having a loss on Cron. Uh, I'm looking for a bounce here, looking to get bigger in MPTN. But if this just crashes through here through the six, let it keep going. I think I have the big short above me at 640. So I'm not feeling too bad being there at 630, right at the VWAP.
Yeah, guys, and like I said, go check out Trade Ideas. You know, Trade Ideas has their test drive promotion going on right now. So if you're part of this stream, you can also go check out our Trade Ideas stream where we have live scanners going right now. And
Look at
so
that RKDA ripping again.
I'll post that link here. Go check out the trade. If you want to have some scans to go along with watching us day trade live, go check out that link I just put in the chat. Super cool company, and like I said, they do have their test drive promotion where you can try them out for a week for only $9, $8.99. You can try it out for a week. This promotion does not last a long time, and so you may want to check that out. There's the link. RKDA going crazy here.
Ooh.
Whoa, back up there. Yeah, and I kind of talk bad about high of the day breaks and low of the day breaks a lot of the time. The one type of stock and setup that it actually makes a lot of sense with is high volume, low float penny stocks. Those high of the day breaks are going to be much more consistent than something that Mitch and I typically trade because
All
the
right.
momentum's just crazy with these.
Just calling this one out. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to get an entry or not, but I'm looking for PBYI for VWAP reject. This one washed out big from 12 all the way down to 11. So I'm looking for a 50% retrace to get in here at 1150s, and I can risk off of. I'm gonna risk off the 67. Actually, I can risk right off that 60.
Here,
There's
I'll
a
throw you up
support right there.
while I'm waiting. Here, I got you. And the great thing I
Uh,
like is that I could just throw Mitch up whenever he gets in
let me
something. I don't have
switch.
to.
Let me switch stocks off of MPTN here for you guys.
There you go. I got you up.
All right, let's look at PBYI. See if it bounces here. It's starting to bounce. 1125s there. Looking for 50s.
All right, Sid. Have a good day, brother. Good to see you again, man. Yeah, so remember Mitch said he's looking at PBYI for a VWAP fade. If you go to our scanner stream and look at my VWAP fade scanner, guess what's on there? PBYI. PCTY is also up there as well.
All right. Here comes that bounce.
Yeah, it might be a little rejection here too for it.
Yeah, if it just rejects here, I just got to let it go. I needed to get to at least 50% retrace.
All right, I jumped in with another 100 on FTCH here. This is just in case it doesn't actually come back down. And so I can actually kind of take a quick profit from this one. We'll see. Gonna look for it to come back down to the bottom of the range here. What?
Do you want another cup of coffee?
Huh?
Do you want another cup of coffee?
Yeah, that one was kind of strong. Will you put some milk in it?
Yeah.
That one. I don't know what it is. I think I made it wrong because I actually made the coffee. I think I made it wrong because I either put too much or too little or something in there because I think I put too much in a small cup relative to the amount of water I put in there. So yeah, guys. But like I said, go check out Trade Ideas. They got their test drive coming up, so go check out the Trade Ideas scan page.
All right, guys, gonna go looking around. Not really seeing it move fast enough for me. I like fast VWAP rejects where it's like quick wash, quick bounce, then another quick wash right after it. When it kind of ladders up, That I don't really like that because it gives it time for the bag buyers to get in at the bottom. And I saw some bag buyers get in there, 8,000 shares at 11:30, uh, 4,500 shares at 11:24, and I don't like that. I don't like seeing that, guys, because let's just be honest, guys. Shorters shouldn't be shorting this stock there at 11:24.
All right, so I'm getting a drop in FTCH. We're going to look for it to break these lows now. This was a little bit of a VWAP reject, but I got it a little bit early. And it has now a lot of solid resistance above 86. There's the drop I was looking for. We'll see if we get a flush down here now. Here's 71s. Can hold the rest break even now. So now I can hold this one break even. It's already dropped enough to where if it does break that. Really, we need a break here, though, at 71. $71. Probably going to cover if I see it bounce any. And then add back to it on the bounce is why I want to cover some. So it's really testing here for FTCH. There's 70, 68. Nice. All right, so I took half off there. Like I said, I'm going to add back on any subsequent bounces up there. That's my strategy with this. We're getting the bounce right there. That's why I wanted to take some. Dish is kind of getting closer to the VWAP here.
Huge symmetrical triangle to try to take down in Uber. I don't know who has the skills to kind of take this kind of trade down, but it has $1 or $2 range. It has a huge symmetrical triangle coming up there to the top resistance. If you look at Uber on the 5-minute chart, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about, guys. Ever since this crash here over aftermarket yesterday, you'll see a spike there. You can start drawing from there. We have another spike at 9:10, and the third spike here right now, trying to get up there to that 40 resistance there.
All right, so here's the bounce on 78, 79s. Getting close to adding to some here. And then I'm just going to maintain that same risk that I talked about before at around 86. 86, 87. So I can add a little bit here. And then just keep that same risk. So if it actually breaks that risk, I can, take advantage of it. I can just get out of the trade. But as long as it maintains under that, I'm going to keep holding this one. Dish, like I said, kind of creeping back up there. What's up, chat? Talk to us in the trade ideas in the
What's
screen,
up?
guys.
What's up? How we doing, guys?
Talk to us, Trade Ideas scans. Like I said, go check out Trade Ideas. Super cool company. Allowed me to do these scans, so they're pretty dope. Nice little drop back down. We'll see if this ad was a solid ad. Not bad. Down to 73. We'll see if it comes back down to the bottom of the range. This is why I add there. And we still got some time. 72s. Not too shabby here for that little 50 share ad. Back in it with 100 shares on MTCH. Just working the range here. Ooh, big squeeze up. Whoa. I'm out of there. Man. It went from good to bad quick, but man, look at that squeeze on FTCH. If depending on the float, this might be somebody that's like trying to mess with me. I'm not gonna blame it on that though. I just think that squeeze had to be huge sizing that somebody jumped in there with. Luckily though, my hand was over the cover button and I was able to jump out before this. But
well, you definitely saw a volume spike.
Right.
There it is. It shows up on tests. No, on the Thinkorswim now. 140,000 shares going through there at 1090.
Yep. Well, if they were trying to make a catastrophic loss for me, it didn't work. It was like an $8 loss.
No, it's just more of someone being a bag buyer.
Yeah.
There's a bag buyer in this stock.
Here's what it is. I've been pretty accurate today, and at that, the good thing about FTCH there is that I actually took profits enough in that trade. I don't think it's anybody that's actually against me. I think they're just trying to squeeze me out, and market makers are filling them there.
Yeah.
But I the good thing about it is that I took profits at a reasonable enough spot to where it didn't even turn into a losing trade. Like yeah, I'm down on FTCH in total on the day, but because I took profits at the right spot, I was able to, eliminate a lot of that risk that I had in that trade. So it was fine. Don't stress it, James. Yeah, Rick.
I don't even have the other stream chat up. I gotta pull it.
Hey, well, if it was you, it's probably a massively losing trade then, because that thing came all the way back down to 1080 quick.
Yeah, that 100,000 shares would be a really hard hit.
Yeah,
With 10
honestly,
cents.
I don't. I'm really considering adding back to it since it got rejected so hard at the VWAP. Now I can just risk off of that previous high at 95 all day now. We're getting another spike though, as I say that. So I don't know, but if it keeps
All right.
holding here, I'll short it some more.
All right, chat. How we doing? I just got the live chat up. I see some questions here. I'm gonna run through the chat real quick, see if there's anything to answer. I'm just sticking around here in my MPTN trade right now. I have $40, just letting it keep work. All right, guys. Let's see what we got here. RKDA through the moon. I see everybody talking. We got Mateo, Sid, AZ, Rick, Brad, Adrian, Chris, and Cameron Gray here with a great question. What's a bag buyer? All
Just
right.
a stubborn long trader.
Yeah, so a bag buyer is a trader that likes to get what a lot of people call pullback buys. So their mentality is that they're looking at long-term support and trying to buy off that support. Reason why they expect the bounce that we expect when we try to short on the VWAP fade. So when we do a VWAP fade, we know that it's crushing through the lows and support, and so we expect a bounce back to the VWAP. The same thing that the long traders are doing here. They're expecting a bounce off the support, so they're trying to buy near that support so they can risk right underneath that support and get a good bounce back up.
Yep. Dish getting closer and closer here. Yeah, I ended up adding another 50 shares back to FTCH, but we're getting a squeeze back up. Maybe I should just stick to MU. That one's been taking care of me today. And FTCH is not. I think I'm getting stubborn with it.
All right, RKDA there, trying to push on people here. All right, let's see if it gets that momentum right here. Buyers step in.
Hey, Kyo, did you have that coffee? All right, guys. Oh, guys, I didn't even know you can't even see my trade. There we go. Looking at EMPH, back to the top of the range. I don't mind that one. AMRN with a faked out rejection.
All right, so good price action there, Reed there. Some shares trying to get in here at 417 and 415 for RKDA. Let's see if it breaks $4 here and starts actually just putting pressure on that buyer.
I'm getting out of FTCH here. It just looks like it's squeezed, so a $6 loss on that one. Gonna look to short into ENPH here if we get a little bit better spread. And I'm also looking at Dish. So yeah, that's the squeeze I was looking to avoid with FTCH.
All
Also looking
right.
at Dish here. Maybe like Dish a little bit better.
Yeah, there's too much shares in that FTCH. There's what we call institutional shares, or someone putting a public offering or something like that. Big shares being bought up. I see 140,000 share order, and then I see right now at 1090 again, the same person, same order, 200,000 shares. So this person has 340,000 shares right now. What this looks like to me is it looks like a public offering at that rate. And so you got to be careful. There could be investors stepping in here, institutionals, and that could be a crazy move. Um, Regardless of which way the stock is moving, there's someone huge in this. And I'm trying my best to read it here. Definitely, it looks like an interesting stock. I could see it trying to make a resistance there, but this stock is with the volume, I don't trust it. I think it's a fun trade here, but all over the place. RKDA, remember guys that 415 and 417 buyer. Right now, it's putting pressure on that buyer. Let's see if it squeezes through there. Uh, so you're looking at EMPH here, John?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I think I forced trades too much today.
That's okay. Well, I mean, maybe what's your count on trades today?
I don't know. Probably 10.
10?
Yeah, probably
Okay.
around 10. Forcing it a
Yeah.
little bit. Most of them are green. I mean, I've had more green trades than red, but
Yeah.
my accuracy uh, doesn't matter because commissions are gonna end up getting me. I feel like. Looking at ENPH now, though, we're gonna see if we can maybe short into this move on ENPH.
The NPTN knocking down there again to 610. Let's see if it cracks 610 and heads to $6 here. Uh, like I said, this one really does look like a home run. Let's see it keep going. RKDA having trouble in that 417, 420 area.
SQ pulling back to the VWAP.
Let's go, John. You got this. You only need one good trade right here, and you're right back into the green. Get that $75, $45 for the day. And,
Oh, I'm green. I'm already green.
oh, I know you're green. What you got? 40, 30?
Uh, 30 in gross profits, just under 30 in
Yeah.
gross profits. I'm in two trades right now though, but yeah, I'm all right.
Not too bad. I mean, you've been at that 40 for about like an hour.
Yeah, that's what I said. I've been fighting that level. Still holding Dish though. Maybe gonna look to keep a risk level of 54 for Dish. And so I can scale into it. I don't mind scaling into it up to that level. But we are getting a move on the SPY. The big thing is just to see how long the SPY continues to drop.
It's crazy for that RKDA. Um, that buyer right there is holding it up right now. The 417. Let's see it
It's so
crush
bad.
down through the $4.
I can't do that coffee. It's too bad. Hey, Kill, do you have that coffee? Okay. Have you started making it yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, but yeah, that coffee's bad. I don't know what's wrong with that thing, but it's nasty. I made it, so it's not my wife making it. It's just,
Oh, you know how that is.
yeah, I think I put too much coffee for the amount of water I put in there. And yeah, look, there goes FTCH. FTCH is just not acting predictable for me today. For sure.
Yeah.
FTCH is just not one of those ones that is moving like I like.
Yeah. It's highly unpredictable, mainly because being traded by someone that's not a retail trader. I don't think anybody that's trading retail is trading with 300,000 shares. So it's really hard and difficult here. You're seeing covers immediately, 32,000 shares, 50,000 share orders. Those are that's a dangerous place to be in.
Right.
And the reason why it's also this pricing is not expensive, guys. I don't know the float size on this, but if someone keeps buying up and rotating the float, that's when stocks really move.
Yep.
when you rotate the flow completely. And so if you look at this, let's say, what's the overall uh, volume on this stock right now? You got 14 million, almost 15 million shares. That seems like it's getting near that flotation rotation. And so you have to really be careful with what can happen with these. I know a trader that kind of trades stocks like this, and they really tell you that that's when you got to be the biggest careful when the flotation gets fully rotated, because it can really make moves towards the upside or the downside. Because what's happening is there's so much volume getting put in at one pricing.
All right, so Dish got rejected there, which is solid. We'll see if ENPH can get rejected here again. Want to add to Dish if I can, and so I really don't mind a bounce on Dish, even though it's gonna affect my average. But yeah, so we'll see. Don't mind a bounce on it now though.
Let's look around. Let's see what we find. What can we trade? This doesn't look too bad. I like it. Uh,
See if we get that bid up to 42. AMRN's getting flushed below the VWAP.
There's some shorts getting put in there on MPTN. Let's see if it knocks down. I see about 5,000, 7,000 shares there.
All right, I'm going to add a little bit more to Dish here. Since it spiked up, I got a little bit better average. Got to be careful, though, and I'm probably going to keep my risk now at like 50 or so, 45.
Man,
Like, I liked it, but the way this one just moved up here, this big gap here in between these two candles makes me not really like this thing at all anymore. Do you see this gap here? That means it's got some buying pressure. So I'm probably gonna keep it like this.
nice. All right, I got a pretty one for you to look at afterwards. I think it's kind of more your style.
I'm too busy giving back all my gains on the day.
No
Same thing I
stress,
did
no
yesterday.
stress. It's just Dish. You've been fighting in that Dish. I think.
No,
Uh,
Dish, I'm up solid on the day. Dish is my
oh,
or
Dish was the one
AMD.
that. It's the other one. Fetch.
Yeah.
That other one. But look at KHC. You guys, if you guys could check out that stock, I'm really liking the way this looks. This has really negative news. Broke down there at the 27 35s, then came back to VWAP, above VWAP once, came down, went back above VWAP again. Now I'm looking for an attempt right back above there. Can't get to those highs, and then I'll take a short.
Yeah, I like KHC too. I might join you on that one. SQ is actually right at the VWAP here too.
Just needs to bounce here at like this 2709 area and then get back up there to, let's say, 25s.
Yeah, I like that. Also, because it put in a parallel low right here. It's not a higher low, so it's a little bit better.
Yep.
SQ looks really interesting with the solid risk.
This would be kind of more of the strategy you've been trading, right, John?
Right, yeah, for
Might
sure,
be
definitely.
correct.
Yep, that's
All
it.
right.
That's the fake out fade because this one's even better because it's got two very obvious and self-evident highs right there. So and that's also the low of the opening range. So like basically, if you look over here and you extend this to the left, boom, same, still a support level there.
Yep. Been trying to find one that looks like a good chart to trade at least. If I want to take one more trade, I need it to be an A plus chart. I think this is a nice A plus chart to take a trade. Let's see if we can get it up high enough. MU rejecting twice there. You could also kind of do the same kind of idea. Bounce back. You could risk off of that 4160.
ANPH.
AMD also the same thing.
I'm just getting out of ANPH. The spread's too bad. The volume's too low. It's just not my style. Dish, if it can come back down here, looks interesting. And SQ. SQ, I don't really let's see, the fade and SQ 41 cent risk, so it's about a 30 cent reward. There we go. There's Dish. Like it much, much better now.
Looking at AMD also, guys. I don't know what you think about that trade, but
Oof, there goes AMD.
that's your baby.
Yeah, AMD. I like the high. I like the high for AMD. Very obvious high like that. That's what we look for.
Yeah, need a bounce back in the 64 area, 60 area to risk off of above that.
Ideally, for my strategy, I want to see it down to like 33.40, and
Mm-hmm.
then bounce back up there after that is kind of what I
Get
look
to the
for.
VWAP after that.
Yes, yeah,
I
like
like
so
that.
it comes down to 33.40 and then bounces right back. That's where you short into.
I like that.
And at least for Dish, I have an obvious risk level now at 48 or so. So that's what I'm looking for with AMD, and same thing with KHC.
One that I'm watching that's making a comeback to VWAP is going to be CVS. CVS at 58.82s. Potential risk on here is going to be 58.92s. 10-cent risk for a potential move down, 30 cents.
All right, remember the level I said I wanted it to come down to? Look at
Yeah, that's
exactly
where
where
it
it
went.
went. It went
Yep,
exactly
to the
down to that
support.
level. 33.40. Look at that. Exactly. Same down to the very cent. And so now it's just about whether we get that bounce back up.
Yep, same thing for KHC. I got down to the support there. I'm down for a short here off of 27.20s, somewhere in there, and you can risk right above it to the 34s, 35s. So
Okay.
15's risk.
All right, here's the bounce back, guys. In with the 100 shares of AMD now. Or 200 shares, sorry. Just looking for a quick reversal back down in AMD is what we look for.
I like the trade, John.
Appreciate it, man.
It's not a bad one at all.
Still trying to juggle Dish, though. Dish is playing games up
I
here.
think what's really going to help if we get a fade here off the SPY on the 15-minute, it's bouncing up there, but if it just touches or just fades right here, right back down to the low, that's going to really help this trade.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, guys, RLGY off the VWAP there, guys. I've been calling this one out for a VWAP bounce. I think it's somehow just going to start ripping. This could be me just making weird assumptions here, but when I see the daily chart and I see what happened yesterday, it held so well here in the 560s. I think any really big volume through 575 is really going to lift this stock to 6.
All right,
So
guys.
risk here is 558, so it's not too bad at all.
We're finally getting these moves with both of these stocks at the same time, and I think it's probably just because the SPY is tanking here.
Yep.
AMD is we'll let it test. I probably should have taken some off there at these lows, but I'm trying to give it that shot.
To crack the 40.
Yeah.
I can't blame you. I would look for the crack too, because you got a lot of volume on that first move down. It could at least crack, maybe get to the 30s, and then bounce back to the 50s.
Right.
But I think you could get that crack.
There's 42s.
Yeah, it's vaping time.
Yeah. I think it's gonna come back though. Probably test the $0.50. Luckily, the Dish dropped, and so
I'm still waiting on my opportunity for KHC. So a lot of times when I talk about a stock, the one thing that can really frustrate me as a trader is not taking trades that I make complete plans for.
yeah, I probably should have taken this off on the lows, but it is what it is. At least Dish is working out for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 43s again. If we can get back down to 43, I'll probably take it since it's put in 42s. 41s. All right, I took half off at that 41 level, and now I'm just gonna let it break. Dish is actually looking really solid for me too. Got to take some off here at Dish. took half off of Dish there as well. And now I'm just managing these last two trades. I'm going to give them time to work. I think I got stuck on that last partial exit in Dish. I think I got caught on that quick bounce back. All right, so now I'm holding 100 shares with both of these. Can you guys see this? Yeah, you can. All right, good.
Good trades, brother.
Thanks, man. So yeah, so now I'm looking for AMD to drop that way. I want to see AMD go that way. AMD is so, that way. All right. I'll look to add some back too. So yeah, I'm back at that $45 level.
Oh, I missed some profit there. MPTN getting down there to 603. I wanted to take it at 6, so I'm not going to stress it too much.
All right, AMD's testing that big support level at 40 again, and then which is why I took profits there because again, I mean that level is the most obvious reversal point. Like if it's gonna bounce, it's probably gonna bounce right at that level, right around 40, 33.40. So we would ideally want to see a nice break of that level, and so look at the MU fade. Whew, it's like a McDonald's sign, man. Solid, man, just solid risk.
Yeah, man. Sometimes, we've talked about this. Sometimes when you get a good VWAP fade, if you stick with that stock itself, it'll give you the biggest profit of the day.
Yeah, I mean that's what I did with MU.
Yeah, if you just literally stay with it. Imagine every pop. If you shorted every pop there's 30-cent ranges there, and every single time you're only risking 10 cents. Right. So you're giving yourself a potential, let's say, 120-cent profit, and then you're only risking about 30 cents.
Right.
Throughout the day. And that's what you want to do. You want to risk about 30 cents in the day, and you want to give yourself a chance to make 120 cents. If you do that, you're going to be in the green.
Good. Right. What? Just I'm in trades right now, baby. Alright, guys. Here, yeah, just don't mess with any of that stuff over there, because that last time it unplugged the internet when Maddie was over there yesterday. Man, I got fruit flies everywhere, man. Yeah, this coffee's much better, thank you.
TVIC's pushing for you. You should get a little bit of a move.
Yeah, AMD, I'm thinking about taking this off and then just adding back on any bounces, just because it's built up so much support here. I'll be patient with it, but probably going to hold the rest break even now for this one. And see if we can get the break. I don't want to sell too soon, because if we do get a break, it should be solid, but it's tested this level and then rebounded over and over again. So, Dish.
All right, guys. CVS
here
approaching.
We go. There's the break. Broke for a split second, then bounced all the way back. Yeah, this big 40 level is just so solid as a support that it just can't do it. It tries.
He's trying. Let the SPY break the low.
Yeah, SPY's gonna bounce.
Either triple bottom here, or bounce, or just crush through 290s.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay either way. I'm just waiting for AMD to do what it should be doing.
There's CVS there at VWAP, guys.
There's 40. Let's get the break. Here we go, 39s. See? Right back to 40, man. Every time it gets to that level, it bounces. There's some buying pressure for sure. For sure right there.
All right, guys. Got an entry here in CVS.
I'm gonna get out there, add back on AMD if it bounces back. It's bounced there too many times. Yeah, see, there's the spike up. Avoided this, so happy to get out there. We'll consider adding right back to AMD here. Yeah, I'm back to that $45 level, man. Same exact move.
All right, guys, have a starter here. CVS VWAP fade here, guys.
All right, I jumped in AMD with 50 shares here on just trying to ride this bounce up a little bit. I'll add some as it moves up to the VWAP here, and if we get a big spike, I'm just going to cover into that. All right, so I'm in with 100 shares back on AMD. Gonna look for it to come back down to the bottom of the range now.
All right, guys. Like I said, I'm in CVS here for a VWAP fade. Looked beautiful. I took it. Didn't want to hesitate there. Another one I'm looking at is KHC to come back here to the 20s. I don't know if that one's going to come back. MPTN looking like it's going to come back all the way to 623s. Might just take some profit there.
SQ faded beautifully again. I almost took it too. I was so close to taking it. Look at that fade again, man. Second fade in a row.
CVS looking good. Just needed to hold that last high. Make it a real VWAP fade here.
Just scare some of these fruit flies away. Getting some fades today for sure. The SPY itself faded, so that's typically good for us.
See my CVS trade?
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, you can put one of those charts maybe.
See, I'm already... Well, here, I can put them up. Yeah, I got to...
Maybe in MU. Yeah, maybe change MU. I don't know if you're in MU. You see that? I'm going for that big boy fade right there.
Yeah, for sure. Looks good.
It's a fade at least for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a fade. Where's your risk level? I think
90s.
90. Yeah, 98 is what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
You might as well use the whole $1.59 though, if it's at that point, and you still get 2-to-1. I think with that one.
Yeah, you still get 2-to-1. I'm kind of keep it close. I saw the breakdown happen at 90s. Looking for 90s to hold.
Dish. Gonna hold Dish break even now. Made some money on it. I can either hold it break even or I can add to it here. AMD. Worst case scenario. Squeezing up on me.
All right, MPTN. Gonna take another $15 there, guys. Get us up to $93 on that trade. If it does get back to VWAP for MPTN, I will be adding here. It would be the ads would be at 25, slightly above VWAP, so that I can keep my pricing at 628, 630s, keep it at where I am, and try to risk a little bit more in this trade. I'm seeing CVS squeeze on me here. It's up there pretty much at my risk here. I don't really want to see big volume jump in here.
Yeah, I got squeezed out of AMD too. It just popped up there. Unfortunate, but if you look at my P&L, I actually ended up, because I took profits at the right spot for that one. With Dish is another one I'm holding, and it's right around my risk level, so I'm going to add to Dish here. And then, like I said, maintain that 48 risk level. So my risk level in this one's about 8 cents. And I've made enough on the day so I can take some swings now. Still waiting for KHC to see if that one's going to work for me too. But yeah, I've been kind of consolidating. I probably should have hung it up once I got to $50 on the day. Because it's the more I'm trading, I mean, I'm not losing, but I'm not winning either. I'm just burning commissions, I think.
It happens, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not stressed. It's been a really solid few months. And so I think whenever you have like really solid months like that, like I think it's easier to handle losses a little bit. I think you don't stress about them as much because you know that like this is inevitable. You know, losing days are gonna happen. Tough weeks like this week, and really I made like a really solid gain earlier this week, and so my account's kind of teetering on like less than $100 either way this week. So like I'm okay with it. I'm still up solid $50, $500 in profit. So I just got to keep pushing and you know, see if we can keep growing. That's the goal.
All right. That 93 gonna hold strong to that 93. It showed up there for CVS.
Yeah, I'm right at my risk level here for Dish too. So I think what I'm doing today, guys, is I'm staying in the market too long. You know, I had a lot of solid gains. My first 3 trades, I went 2 out of 3 and built up a $50 profit on the day. And now I'm just still trying to trade when I probably should have hung it up. Same thing I did yesterday. It is what it is. I mean, I'm still up $20, but I'm out.
Might get squeezed out right here.
Yeah, we're getting the SPY bouncing here, which is what I thought might, you know.
Yeah, I'm out
That's
too.
what I was worried about.
Got squeezed out also.
Don't stress it, brother. It was a good set. Yeah. It was a good setup. It looked like a good fade.
Yep. It is what it is. It just didn't come true.
Yeah, guys, and if you can still hear me on the Trade Ideas stream, go check out Trade Ideas. They have their summer test drive that is about to start, and for $9, $8.99, you get to try out Trade Ideas for a solid week. That's what's ultimately going to happen, or that's what ultimately you get, and it's pretty cheap. You know, I know I pay around $120 for Trade Ideas, but it essentially pays for itself because the value that you're getting for it is just beyond, you know, what you're going to get with most other scanners. And so, yeah, so go check them out. I'll post those links. You can check out the links in the stream here.
Yeah, Eddie was mentioning on the scanner chat, does anyone know of a company that funds experienced traders? We don't know one that it funds exactly the experienced trader, but you can take the TradeNet challenge if you are an experienced trader and try to win yourself an account.
Yeah, for sure. I'll post that link here as well. Eddie, come over to the live stream. Here, I'll post that link here. So come on over to this stream. This is where most people are at right now, and we're talking to them live. So Eddie, if you hear us, come join us on this stream. That's where we all are right now. That's where we've been trading all morning. So yeah, if you're in the TradeNet or if you're in the scanner stream, come on over to the live stream. This is where we're trading today. And so, you know, we'll try to do this every day. But yeah, so if you're interested in using the same platform that we use, which, you know, basically their base package, you're going to get 14,000. You're going to get 14K in buying power with their base package. There's also no PDT rules, so you can day trade as much as you want. You can also short anything that's tradable, so it's one of the ways you can actually short stocks as a new trader. And it also comes with like a demo trading account for a few weeks, access to their chat room, plus the funded account, plus the trading course. And so that bundle for new traders makes a ton of sense. And so I'll post that link here as well. Great way to help support the channel. We do get a kickback if you sign up to Trade Ideas or TradeNet with us. And so, yeah, so I'll post that link if anybody wants to check that out. You can also try the trading challenge, which is completely free to enter. It's completely free to enter, and at the very least, you're going to get a demo account for a few days to trade on. And so here's the link if you want to actually buy a package with them. There's the link. But if you want to try the TradeNet challenge, which again, it's completely free, and basically the way the TradeNet challenge works is that they give you a $10,000 demo account, a demo account with 10K in buying power to trade with for 5 trading days. If you can make $500 in net profit while following their rules, then you win a free intro package on TradeNet. And so I think it makes sense for new traders as well. And so if you want to check that out, I'll post this link here too. And like I said, guys, remember to check out Trade Ideas. They do have their winter test drive going on right now. So you get basically, you get to try out Trade Ideas for a week. Here, I think my son's hurt, guys. I'll be right back. My son's screaming.
Hold that 4. Wanted to pull back there to about 380s, and then we can look at it. I'm looking at ATVI here also for a third resistance try. Let it try to break out one more time. Think I might have missed that little bounce right here, the 29s, 30s. So it has a big range here. Oh, I missed the fade on square. That's not good. I wanted to look to see if it was going to come back. Definitely missed this fade on square. ATVI tanking there. I think you're muted, John.
All right, guys. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Dish squeezed me out. ENPH squeezed me out. Just over trading. That's all today was. A really solid start. Same thing I did yesterday. So I think that because I've had such a solid few months, that I think my confidence might be actually a little bit too high at this point. To where even though I'm up a solid amount, which should be an acceptable day, I keep pushing. I keep trading when I shouldn't, and I think that is ending up, hurting me in the end. So I think that's what we get here. Maybe you're going to look at AMD, though, if AMD can pull back below the VWAP here, because that would be a fake out fade. And also looking at KHC still, the stock Mitch reminded us of. Oh, I know I'm definitely muted on your end, Mitch. Hold on, bro. My bad. There we go. Sorry, I was muted on your end, Mitch. My bad, bro.
Oh, no, you're good. I was just making sure.
Okay.
I think CVS might have just faked me out. So I'm watching it to see if it bounces back. Might take another shot at it. Looking at this
SQ.
ATVI. Yeah, SQ, I said it a moment while you were gone. I looked back at it, and I was like, why did I take that chart off?
I called that one out. When it was up there, I was like, I see SQ. I was like, SQ looks good with the risk. I just didn't. SQ usually doesn't fade like that, though. Usually SQ is not that reliable. So that's the biggest issue.
When I've hit square, I've killed it. So that's what I've noticed with square. You have to just be really tight with your risk.
Yep.
Cut it. Don't have a fear in cutting square short. But when it does ride, man, that baby rides.
Yeah, for sure. OSTK's been bouncing off the VWAP all day.
I mean, look at her. She's gonna break the bear pattern right now.
Yep.
She has a way of gapping up and gapping down ridiculously. If you look at the daily chart on Square, it's like, what is going on in that chart?
Yeah, there goes the SPY testing lows here.
All right, that's what I want to see there. All right, so you see how CVS crushed down there? I need a bounce in CVS now. It really was not a bad short. We needed to get at least back up to 97, maybe even try 59, and then we could short off of that last high.
All right, so AMD broke back below it. I'm gonna jump back in short on AMD here. And look to add back on any bounces back to the VWAP. AMD just faked me out. I got out at around 60, and it got up to 66, unfortunately. And so it is what it is. Just faked me out. I think a lot of stocks faked us out right at that moment. And, yeah, like I said, we're going to look to add back on any bounces to the VWAP here. All right, so I added another 100 shares to AMD at around 54, 53. And with 300 shares now.
All right, guys, watching RKDA here, guys. It's starting to set up. It's either going to break down through the 3080s or it's going to squeeze here through 4. I'm paying attention to see the volume that's coming in here. Trying to decide if I'm going to take this trade. If I do, it'll be risking off that 380. So it'd be a 20-cent risk. So we at least have to get a 40-cent profit in this.
All right, AMD squeezing up. Got to be careful with it. I'm right around break even on the day.
Market's tanking.
Yeah, that's why I jumped in. I decided to jump in.
Trying to find some,
this one.
Yeah, some good charts.
Hey, Q, do you want to?
Oof.
Here, button that up if you're getting on the stream. My wife wants to be on the stream, I guess. Let's see. Look. There you
Bam.
are. That's my wife, guys. Q.
Hi,
Everybody say
how's it
hi.
going?
Yeah, there you are right there. See.
Yeah, there it goes.
What's up? What's up?
I don't. She can't hear you, Mitch. Sorry.
Yeah.
You're in my headphones.
I'll just talk to myself.
Hey, how's it going?
Now she can hear you if you talk.
There you go. There you go. How we doing? Trying to make some money here.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet. How y'all doing today?
Not
Here,
too
look, there's
bad.
the chat.
Where we at?
Look, there's the chat.
Oh.
Here, you talk to Mitch. I'm gonna be in the straight here. You put the headphones on. There you go.
What's it doing?
Nothing. It's
Oh.
This is a little delayed. This is the one you're actually in right here. See. All right, guys. So AMD's dropping down here. We're gonna see if we get that crack under the $0.50. Still got some room here to hold, but we want to see the break under that 33.50 level is what we're looking for now. 33.50 is what we're looking for now. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet y'all.
You should let me teach you how to trade. She needs to let me teach her how to trade, guys, right? Like then we could trade together. I'm sure the stream would get so much more viewers too if I had a girl on here. Dude, you should see some of the girl channels on YouTube, man. They're getting huge just because most traders are guys, and so when a girl does it, everybody's, all excited about it.
Well, I could try, I guess, but
Yeah, there's
Let me teach you how to trade. It would.
All right.
That'd be a great idea. See? Adrian knows.
well, we could try, I guess.
Plus, you're pretty, and so I could put you as like the thumbnail, and then like everybody would click on my videos. Yeah.
We're not gonna do
that's what you call clickbait.
that. Yeah, right.
That's
Yeah,
what you call clickbait right there.
Clickbait. So. All right. Well, it was nice meeting y'all.
Then we'll really get accused of clickbait.
Yeah. So.
There we go. There's a nice breakdown for AMD. Down to 46.
All right.
All right. Thank you,
All
baby.
right. It was nice meeting all of y'all.
All
Wife's
right.
out.
Take it easy.
Thank you.
You too, James. Nice meeting y'all.
All right, so we're getting a complete rebound here on AMD all the way back to the $0.50. I almost took profits there, but I let hesitation get to me with taking profits. I still like it, though, and I really don't mind adding to it here. As long as we don't get like a massive surge up, I still think I'm okay. Going to add one more 100 share position with 400 shares. All right, so I'm in with 400 shares now. See if we can get to a point where I can take profits this time. KHC just flushing down there. But yeah, that's my wife, guys.
All right, guys. I have a starter here in RKDA. I'm going to short here. I see the level 2 show in time and sales. I kind of crashed there for a second. I'm going to hold to his $4 and just have to be really tight with the risk here.
We're getting a squeeze up for AMD. I really don't mind adding to it here. I'm in with 500 shares now. 400 shares. And so I really don't mind adding a little bit more to it and then just basing my risk off of this 60 level here. The main goal is to get a flush back down. So I added another 100 shares in with 500 shares. So taking a little bit larger swing with AMD now. There we go. See if we get the pivot back down to that low. Hopefully this holds as resistance under the $0.50. It's staying very rangy. I don't know why the bottom chart's acting funny. There we go. That's a little bit better.
All right. Snapped out of there. RKDA. Small loss.
Don't stress.
No, it's not that. I might. So this is, I'm trying to read right here the volume collection. Make a trade on this parabolic mover here.
All right, getting some red on the time and sales. Yeah, I'm just waiting for AMD to break down here. I've scaled into it pretty big. Biggest sizing I've taken all day. Not looking great for me. Getting the squeeze up. I had a moment I could have taken profits in this one, and unfortunately, I've been forcing trades today. So if this one doesn't work out, I'm definitely done for the day. Frustrating day where I was up a really solid amount, and then I just gave it back. And so it's actually a really good lesson today on forcing trades and being able to accept when you're up. You know, I think that's probably the single hardest thing to do as a trader, especially when you do really well like I've been doing, is just accepting when you have a winning day, especially really early. The hardest thing to do is, like, I have trades really, really early, and, you know, I'm streaming for another few hours. And so the hardest thing to do is to say, okay, I know it's early, but I'm already up, and I need to just walk away now. Because if I keep trading, this happens. And I can recognize that, and it's really, you guys can learn from my mistakes here. Which is, I was up a solid amount, and I'm just giving back the gains that I made earlier. I don't necessarily think anything was wrong with this trade. I think it was a solid trade, but I think that I'm just being, I was a little bit greedy and just kept trading when I should have hung it up. Unfortunate. Still probably a very minor week. Not a huge loss or anything this week. Ended most of the days this week up in gross profits, but just let impatience, you know, revenge trading, forcing trades just get me here, guys. And it is what it is.
Yep.
Right around my risk level of 62, 63 or so.
Yeah, I got faked out completely. Should have focused a little bit more. Jumped on the emotion right there, and was actually looking to long RKDA. But when I saw that kind of crack there at 89s, they flood the time and sales, faked me out a little bit. I jumped in it. I at least kept the risk completely manageable. Didn't lose much. Lost like 35 bucks, 40 bucks on there. And now looking for a $4 pullback. That's the only buy that I could see available here.
Yeah, I'm close to getting stopped out of AMD. I'm trying to be patient with it because luckily I had some profit built up on the day. But yeah, this is just honestly, like I said, this is just bad trading on my end. Just my first 3 or 4 trades were solid. I should have just hung it up, and instead I just kept pushing when I should have took my foot off the gas, especially on a Friday like today. It was just the wrong move. Fridays are typically lower volume like this, and so just the wrong move. Unfortunate, but it's a small lesson that will help me learn from and make better decisions in the future. And so, is what it is. Getting very close to getting exit here. We're right at 60. It can get to 61. I need to let it test that resistance level I drew here. If it firmly breaks this, I just got to bail out though. Unfortunate, but like I said, it's a good lesson in the market, guys. So SPY bouncing a little bit, that might be affecting this. I think we're going to get a stop out. Oh.
See if we can get a bounce here in WDT. I don't think I'll get the bounce, but
yeah, this thing's teetering on my risk level, which means it's probably a good risk level, but giving it time. There's 59, so I can probably take my hand off the cover button now. 58's all right, a little bit better, but still got a lot of area for this one to drop before it starts looking better for me. Look at KHC. I wish I would have jumped in after those first 2 moves on KHC.
Yeah. This was a good one. It was a good chart. We just got to it late. That happens.
Yeah, AMD, I mean, I don't know how it's going to... I have to... The biggest thing for me is that I'm in with bigger sizing, so I have to stick to my risk level here. If it squeezes up, I could be down a lot more than I really wanted to be in this trade, and so I just got to really stick with my risk level, and I think we're going to get a squeeze above it at least to stop me out here. It is what it is. I mean, I gave it a swing, trying to get my way up there with bigger sizing, and it's definitely a learning week where I'm kind of learning from certain things in the market. Been a tough week. Been trying to scale up in size. I had a nice $180 gain at the beginning of this week with bigger sizing, and then since then I've just been trying to keep up with the larger sizing that I've been taking. And it's been a tough process for sure. But like I said, I'm up around $1,700 in gross profits in the last month, in the last 30 days. And so regardless of this, if I take a $50 loss today, I think I'll be all right. The biggest thing is that I learned from this mistake. That's the biggest thing I need to take from this.
Always a learning game, man. Always a learning game.
100%. How do you get over to the live stream? Here, I'll post the link for the live stream for you, bro. Eddie. Yeah, we're trading live right now, so here's the link to that. But yeah, you could just go to my channel and see it, though. But here's the link. The more confirmation it puts below the level, the more I like it, though. I mean, so I'm still okay with AMD here. Hasn't stopped me out yet. Let me not jinx it. There's 56, so it's looking a little bit better for me here. I mean, we still got some room. My average here is 50. which is probably not a great average for me. It's not the average I really want for sure. The reason is because it's gonna have a lot of support at 50. So like once I get break even, you know, it's not gonna be as good for me. But we still got time, and we still got about 5 cents until I get stopped out of this one. So either way, just gotta manage my emotions and keep working on improving.
All right, guys. It's looking good for DWT here, getting in there at 17.19. Right back in DWT here. I was about to get in UWT there at 11.25s. Just trying to get in there at VWAP, but I couldn't get the buy. I was going to take them simultaneously and look for the range trade and sell on the range.
All right, there's the squeeze up. So $54 loss. I'm done for the day, guys. Just made the same mistake 2 days in a row, and I'm gonna have to make a video about this, and I'll probably put the video out tomorrow. But yeah, I made the same mistake twice in a row. Yesterday did the same thing. Yesterday I made up to $75 yesterday, and then I gave it all back. Yesterday I was actually able to manage it a little bit better though, because I ended the day up in gross profits yesterday. Today, same lesson, but even worse this time, because instead of ending the day up, I ended the day down $50 plus commission. So probably $100 lost day at least. And it is what it is. You know, I got to learn from my mistakes, and sometimes you need that reinforcement of your rules to help you learn. And so is what it is. Been a really solid few months trading, and I'm not even going to say this is a downswing, because I think I've ended most days this week up. But this is definitely me getting overconfident in my trading because of the, really good few months I've had. And so when I'm up and I should walk away, I'm sticking around, forcing trade. Probably traded at least 10 times today, which is just way too much, I think. And it is what it is. Like I said, I'll put a video out this weekend talking about it. And I'm just going to put Mitch up now. I'm done for the day, trading for sure.
No stress, John. Not a bad day. You can see your accuracy there. Just keep at it, man. Keep to that system.
Sure, man. Yep. Yeah, Friday, never a good day for the most part for my trading, but and also, guys, you want to do us a favor here at Beginner Trading. The best thing you can do to help us is click the bell next to the subscribe button on both. That way it's going to alert you every time we do our live trading stream. It's going to alert you every time we put the scanner stream up. And so, hit the bell next to that, and you're going to get an alert every time we go live like this. I'm sorry to hear that, Tiny. Yeah, it's been a kind of a tough week for me too. Yesterday was a super emotional day for me. Today it's a losing day. Ironically, even though I'm down more than I was yesterday, my emotions are much better today for some reason. I think, like I said, I think one of the best things that you can do is, once you put in some solid streaks, like once you put in some solid win streaks, then you're gonna, even on losing days, you're gonna be able to understand it and accept it. You know what I mean? Even on losing days. And I think that's one of the hardest things to get over in trading is just learning how to accept a loss, accept a losing day. And to me, this is all insignificant because in the end, this is my graph. And so this is just a little pullback here. And it is what it is, I think I've ended most days down in net profits, but up in gross profits. And so I'm just getting there. With bigger size, it'll be a little bit easier. And I think with bigger size, another thing is that I think I'll actually be able to accept when I'm up like I did today. Like today, my first 3 trades, 2 out of 3 was up $50. Gave it all back, plus some. And yeah, it's a good lesson today, guys, for sure. Just, there's nothing wrong with walking away, even if it's super early. And again, I think that's what got me today. I think within the first 20 minutes, I had already taken 3 trades, and I was already up a solid amount on the day. And so it's really hard to say, okay, I know we still got a few hours left of streaming, but we shouldn't trade anymore. You're already up. You should just walk away while you're ahead. Kind of the same thing. A good example is like gambling, right? Gamblers never know how to walk away when they're up. And you don't want to be a gambler in this. You don't want to do what I did today. Gamblers can never walk away when they're actually up. Instead, what do? They keep gambling, and they keep gambling until they lose all their money. And that's what's going to happen. And that's a good example of what I did today and that I should work on not doing in the future. Because it doesn't matter how experienced you are in trading. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter how well you're doing, how experienced, how much market time, how much screen time you have. You're always going to slip up sometimes. You're always going to slip.
Man.
Everybody's going to do it. I don't care, even the most professional trader is going to slip up or is going to still slip up some days. And the best thing they can do is learn to rebound from that slip up.
Yeah. You want to look like a bullish stock. There's going to be some pullbacks, but you want to keep on trending.
Yep.
And that's really what happens. I talked about it in the video we have, the waves of trading. There's going to be waves, guys. Learn how to make the big waves, the up waves extend, and keep the down waves minimal by lowering size, whatever you need to do to go ahead and get yourself trading back to your strategy. Because if you're trading your strategy, you will win in this game, guys. I can let you know that much. But if you're not executing that strategy, not sticking to it, it just doesn't pay out, guys.
Yep. But yeah, guys, also, let me know how you like the scanner day today, guys. Let me know how you like the scanner today. If you got any preferred scans that you want to see. And shout out to Trade Ideas, like I said. Super cool company. Allows me to stream these scans every day. And they do have their test drive coming up. And so go check them out. Again, their test drive lets you try out Trade Ideas for a full week for $8.99. Makes a ton of sense. Go check them out. I'll try to post that link here as well.
Yep.
And also, here's the link. So I'll post this. If you're in the scanner stream, you should see it a little bit more often there. But there's the test drive link. Great way to help support the channel. Go check out Trade Ideas. That's right, Tiny. That's the best thing you can do. And listen, Tiny, just to give you a little bit of motivation, like, Tiny, if you stick with it, most people are going to get there. The problem is most people don't have the patience to stick with it for years that it takes. It's just like earning a degree in something. But once you actually get there, you'll have a skill that you will be able to use for the rest of your life. And so it's all about taking the time to learn. Most people don't have the patience to wait a year or two and just learn. And most people don't have the funds a lot of the time too, which is one of the reasons I think TradeNet is a huge benefit. And people hate on TradeNet. They talk bad about it. That's fine. But the fact that you can actually trade a live account for less than $400 that gives you $14,000 in buying power. Here, you want some paper? But the fact that you can trade and actually short stocks with a decent sized account and actually be able to get access
a little bit there, guys.
Actually be able to get access to a demo account, access to their chat room. You actually get their trading course. You get their funded account as well. I think it just makes sense, and it's one of the ways traders can trade for cheap. Regardless of what you feel about TradeNet, you can't argue about the price. It's just a really cheap bundle for less than $400. And so if you want to check that out, I'll post this link here as well. And yeah, like I said, I think it just makes sense. They get some hate, but I think it makes sense, regardless of how you feel about them.
Daddy said I need more.
What?
Daddy said I need a bunch of paper.
I tried to give you a bunch, and you told me no. My son's trying to get paper. You can also, guys, check out the challenge. And again, the challenge is completely free. And at the very least, you're gonna get a demo account to trade with for a few days. And the way it works is if you make $500 in net profit within 5 trading days while following the rest of their rules, you have to be active. There's a $100 daily max loss, a $300 total max loss, and a few other rules. But as long as you can follow those rules and you make $500 in net profit, you win a free intro package on TradeNet. And so I think it makes sense. It's completely free. You really don't have anything to lose. You might as well apply for it because, again, it's completely free to enter. And so I think it makes sense. And so if you want to check that out, I'll post that link here as well. I think it's only once to Sean. I think it's only once. But I'm not 100% sure. Best thing to do is reach out to them, but I'm pretty sure it's only once. But yeah, since I'm done, guys, I'm going to go ahead and just hang it up. Look, it's magic. Ready? Watch this. But yeah, guys, I'm going to go ahead and hang it up. I'll leave Mitch here. So hold it down, brother. I'll be just let me know once you're finished, and I'll close it down. And,
I got you guys. Well, you guys, how about the stream? Let me know. You guys want me to stick around, keep trading this DWT? I'm going to keep trading it. You guys let me know. All right. Looks like I'll stick around for a little bit. There you go. What's up, Adrian? How we doing? Gabi. Don't worry. I lost 2 on RKDA. You know, you can't stress it too much. Just got to trade. Keep trading. Understand that what you do is a system. And with RKDA, just got faked out there. That's all it is. Just like people are getting faked out here. It's a hard stock to trade. Okay, Adrian, what we looking at in AMD? Go ahead and let me know. What kind of strategy you're trading here? There you go. Short at 33.7. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's see where we're at. I see that trend line you're drawing. And are you using the resistance there? What's your resistance there, Adrian? Would like to see this DWT hold these 710s. If it could hold that, it could swing right back down to 7 and crack 7. So that's why I'm not trying to take profit unless it's above 710, and then I'll add right back in at 720s. If it does want to make another touch to this trend line, I will be adding right back in it. You see right above? Now see, let's see if the volume comes in here. It's holding it. one of the cool things you can do with UWT and DWT, I think, is really let them try to hold support and resistance lines. I've seen these when they hold above it. When they hold down below it, they hold below it. A lot of volume getting in UWT on that breakout. So I like that idea. No stress, Adrian. That's perfectly fine. Just understand where the resistance is. Adrian stating here that there's a lot of resistance around my entry point. I should have moved up 10 cents, but you can't always get the perfect entry. And that's going to happen. The only thing that really matters here is if you hold to that resistance and don't let it squeeze past that resistance. You know, if you can understand where the resistance is and where it should hold, you can still hold from this, and it's still what we call a viable trade. The risk to reward is there, and that's really what matters in trading. I think it's a good trade, Adrian, as long as you hold to your limits. Hey guys, just really quickly, guys, I want to show you a chart that I talked about consistently today. I said that this looked like it wanted to make a run to $6. RLGY, guys, taking off there, guys. Look at this stock. Look at this VWAP bounce. I called it out in the chat room, clear as day, that this looked beautiful for a VWAP bounce. Look how this one bounced off the VWAP there. Came in, a lot of volume now, up there to 580s. Looks like it can break out through 6. If you look at the daily chart, this one looked like it wanted to make a bounce back to $6. Didn't want to give up. Held 560s multiple times. I said a rip through 75 was going to get it to really break out. And right here at 75 is where you see the volume come in. It pulled back for a second and broke out right here. VWAP bounce here, guys. VWAP bounce. Coming right here. This is where you go ahead and you take the trade. You can risk right off the lower support. Boom. What a beautiful trade there. One of our best strategies, the VWAP bounce. Same way like the VWAP fade, just flipped. All right, guys. DWT not wanting to hold that kind of trend right there. I'm going to give it to 715s. Wanted to hold there. I'm just holding on to my shares right now. No stress, James. I'll be looking forward to it also. You keep working hard, man. Focus on the trades themselves. Don't focus on results. That's one of the best things you can do as a beginning trader is realize that I need to focus on my skill level. If my skill level becomes great, the system itself will take control. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe not next week, but maybe after that. We'll figure out something. No, James is going to be working on the challenge himself, the TradeNet challenge. So one of the key things is, we want to get him prepared. We want him to go ahead and succeed in this challenge. So, we're going to be working with him to see if I can help him out, give him some tips, kind of just guide him. One of the best things that I can do is I always recommend get friends. Friends that are traders are going to help you. Even if they are not the best traders, they're going to give you at least support, the support that you need to get through the down moments and get through those ups. Yeah, like John mentioning in the channel now, That's exactly how we started this channel. Beginner trading was started by John, but I met John through going through channels and trying to find real traders. People that were being transparent, trading the right ways. And I talked to John. We kind of worked out a day where I kind of joined him, and ever since then, we've been trading together and haven't looked back upon it. All right. So one of the key things with DWT is that it's going to pull back here. It can come to VWAP. It could also come to VWAP for UWT here. We want to see buying get big, volume get big as this approaches VWAP. That's going to show the bag buyers stepping in here and trying to scoop it back up to 1150. We're going to draw our resistance line that goes up to 723. We're going to let it come test VWAP, let it test right above it. When it shows that 23s or 22s, then we can hit it and get that add of 350 shares or more right back in this trade. All right.
Yeah, for
Time
sure,
to.
guys. Oh, my bad.
No, you're good.
So
Take over.
I talked to Trade Ideas, and they're gonna give me a 15% discount code for everybody to take advantage of. And so if you do sign up for the test drive when you're finished with it, we'll get you 15% off Trade Ideas as well. So I talked with Marissa, with my connect with Trade Ideas, and that's what they said. So we'll get 15% off, and so that should be fun. Another thing, guys, is go check out our website. We get a lot of questions about the strategies and kind of what we're doing here in the market. The best thing to do is check out our website. I did upload all of our classes to the website, and we got a lot of free, legit content on our website. Our goal is just to give everybody everything for free. That's kind of what we do, is just put everything for free out there. And so go check out our site. There's the link. Like I said, we got a lot of different stuff. Oh yeah, we're also supposed to do a mug giveaway. So let's go ahead and do one right now. I'll post the link here. If you want to see the giveaway rules here, I'll post that link here so you can see the rules for the giveaway. And then we'll go ahead and do one. Alright, guys. So there's the rules for the giveaway right there. It's the beginnertrading.net/official rules. And so we're going to go ahead and do some giveaways here. So let's see, what should we do? You guys ready? So I'm going to say a letter, word, or a number, and the first person on my screen to type in that number wins a free beginner trading mug. All you have to do is either email me, send it to Discord, send me your address, and I'll send you a free beginner trading mug. And so, everybody ready? Let me know in the chat once you're ready, guys. Can everybody hear me? Test, test. Can you hear me? Ready. So we got Adrian. Let's get a few more people to ready up, and then we'll go ahead and do it. Huh? You want to do the giveaway? My wife's going to do the giveaway. Here. I'll put her up here. So my wife's gonna do the giveaway. Hold on, let me get the camera back up. Yo, what's up, guys? All right, yeah, my wife's gonna do the giveaway this time. I don't know you. So basically, so my wife's here. So you basically pick a random letter, word, or number, and then the first person in the chat to say that letter, word, or number wins a free beginner trading mug. They're pretty dope. They got green inside, like traders. They got VWAP fades on them. They're a VWAP fade mug, and so they're pretty cool here. And so, you guys ready? My wife's gonna do the giveaway. Ready? All right, so y'all can hear me. All right, so here we go. All right, do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, like I said, the rules are above you here. The rules are above you at the beginner trading. All right.
Okay.
Mitch, you don't count. All right, I'm going to let her sit and do this giveaway. See, there's everybody. So the first person to say it there wins.
Okay. So I just pick a word.
Yeah, you pick a number, letter, word. First person to type that number, letter, word. I usually pick letters or numbers because people have different typing skills, and so it's more objective to just do a letter or a number. And so we'll do a letter or a number.
Okay.
Yeah, Alicia, you can't win. Oh yeah. So the rules are basically, guys. So the rules are that you have to be located in the United States. No overseas. I can't ship these things overseas. That's going to be way too expensive. And so you have to be located in the United States. Also, I can't guarantee the mug's going to make it to you because I can't control the shipping. And yeah, that's it. So mug's free, and the rules are above in that link above, on the rules link and on the site. If you go to our site and go look at the official rules, you can see the rules for the giveaway. All right.
So I can't pick like a fun word for them, or like a word, kind of a trickier word to type out. Because I have an idea.
Because some people aren't going to be able to type as well, and so it's better just to pick a letter or a number.
Okay.
It's more fair.
All right.
All right, right here. Look at the camera.
Okay. So ready. All right. Here's the word, or the letter. I want to do a word. Letter's not fun. All right. Ready. So the word is Iggy Pop, like the punk guy.
Oh
from
my
the
gosh.
movie.
All right.
From the movie.
The word's not R. All right, so the word is Iggy Pop.
Yeah,
apparently.
Iggy Pop, like the punk guy.
We watched the movie CBGB yesterday.
Look. Super fastard.
All right, Super won the mug. You win. Astrid, sorry, you came in second. But you know what? We'll go ahead and give it to those two. Super and Astrid, you guys win. I know, that's exactly my point. That was exactly why my wife's stubborn. I'm like, hey, pick a letter or a number.
I was going to go with Mississippi.
And then she comes with Iggy Pop is what she comes with. Great.
Well, we just watched that movie, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say like maybe a 3-letter word.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like if you're gonna do a word, at least make it like trade or like hello, like something easy. Like, some people
Hey, she made it easy. She made it hard. She made him work for it.
Man. Yeah.
Yeah,
We watched CBGB yesterday, the movie,
Yeah.
the punk movie, and
about how punk rock was started in
Yeah.
New York City.
so
Oh, I gotta check that out.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Right, John Ennis is like, I can't spell that. Word caught me off guard. I know, man. My wife's breaking rules here. Just breaking rules. All right, but yeah, if you did win the competition, or if you did win the a giveaway, join our Discord. I'll post our Discord link. You can also email me at beginnertrading@gmail.com. You can email me at beginnertrading@gmail.com and just send me your address. I won't use your address for anything else. That's part of the rules. And yeah. Here's our Discord link if you want to join our Discord if you haven't. And yeah, just send me your address and I'll go ahead and send it. I can't give you a specific time. It may take a little while to get there, so be patient. And yeah, you can also email me at beginnertrading@gmail.com. beginnertrading@gmail.com. if you don't want to join our Discord, or you can send it to me on Twitter at Beginner Trades. However you want to do it. But yeah. Congratulations, you guys won the mugs.
Oh yeah, I'm not a trader.
No, I've tried to get her to trade. She's not all about it at all. She doesn't want to learn. I've tried to teach her how to trade, but she doesn't want to. She's just disinterested in it completely. So, it is what it is, you know.
All right.
Good job.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Say bye to my wife. Say thank you. All right, guys. So that was my wife doing the giveaway. Congratulations if you won. I'm going to go away now. Ready? Oh, no, it didn't work. There we go. My wife comes through with Iggy Pop, man.
I was laughing.
Thank you, baby. You did a good job, though, still.
I literally wrote it down too. I was like, did I just write Iggy?
Yeah. Yeah, we watched the movie CBGB yesterday, so my wife, Iggy Pop's in the movie, so my wife apparently.
Hitting us up with the pop culture.
Yeah. I'm also in a trade on CGC. Got stubborn, but I got a stop loss set. Yep, yeah, you can see me. We'll see. Gotta give it time. Sometimes it's also just more peaceful trading off a stream. I don't have that, I don't have that pressure.
Extra stress.
Yeah.
Life. Yeah, I've one of the things is John and I really don't like to make excuses of us live streaming. So we've tried to grow to where it doesn't really affect us, but it's always going to be there.
For sure.
Both of us,
You got
we have that
100
pressure.
people. You got 100 people watching you. You're gonna trade worse. Most of the time. Not worse necessarily, but your emotions are gonna flare for sure with stuff like that. So. All right, so I've scaled out of this one. Currently up about $30. So my last trade worked. That's the biggest one, I guess. Currently up $83 in this trade overall to rebound on the day. But frustrating day. We'll let the last 300 shares work. Asher says, so excited, never won anything. I got you. Alright, I got it, Astrid. I got your address. But yeah, if you join our Discord, I mean, it's like a free day trading chat is what our Discord is. And so yeah, join our Discord. It's completely free,
Now I want to see if DWT is going to break 710. If we do hit an ad, it's either going to be on a breakdown or on a pop-up. So we're just waiting right now to see where the stock wants to head. There's no point in adding here because you're in the middle. Never put yourself in the middle. Being in the middle is not the fun position. You're neither the bull, neither the bear. You become a pig.
Look at SQ.
And what do they say about pigs, John?
They get slaughtered.
They get slaughtered. I've been a pig. I think everyone's been a pig if you stick around in the market long enough.
Yeah, man. It's probably one of the most used metaphors in the market is the bulls, bears, and pigs, and the biggest thing is like you stick around in the market, that's what happens. You stick around, that's ultimately what you're gonna get. I'm gonna take another here just to show you guys. I'm gonna take another 150 off here, and so I've profited 22 on the day. Unrealized 15 left, and around $36 in unrealized profit on the day so far. We'll see what happens. I'm just trying to keep it up here so you can actually see it. 4 threes. So we're right around the whole dollar here. All right, I'm out. $40 gain on the day. That's how you come back. So I got back to that $40, $41 level. So I'm done for sure today. Just done. I can't trade anymore. It's Friday. I pulled myself back around, and I'm actually green on the day in gross profits.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I'm done, man. I'm done. Let me know when you're finished, guys. Good luck for the rest of the day. Congrats to the mug winners. And, yeah, I'm done, man. Yeah, just text me whenever you're finished, brother. I'll see you guys later.
Will do, guys. Will do. All right. So what's going on, traders? How we doing? I gotta go to this streamer. Gotta get the scans up. All right. Can anybody hear me in the scan chat? The scanner chat? Anybody in the scanner chat that can still hear me? All right. No stress. Looks like I'm not on voice on the scanner stream, but can at least keep up with the chat. So how we doing, traders? I'm looking at DWT bounce here, guys. It's looking pretty strong, but just got to let it test 720s, 723s. Make sure that we're not just going to start ripping here, and then I can hit my ad. What I want to see is UWT hold also 1125 on UWT. RKDA. I'm sure everyone's watching that one. All right, Adrian, looking for long opportunities. I can try to find stocks that have opportunities. All right, let's try to find a stock that has opportunity on the long side. All right, guys, trying to wait to see what's going to happen here in the SPY, but looking good here. DWT rejecting there. I thought it was going to get a little higher and hit the VWAP there, but it never really hit the VWAP. It's holding well. Now we want to see volume step in here and break down through the 710s, and then we can look for kind of a push into sevens, and we could increase size there. I'm looking for longs. I see this FLNT that looks like a maybe a possible short there. The only thing concerning on that one is the amount of volume that came in at 11:30. That really does concern me. All right, guys, I'm going to keep this stock up. I'm just going to go start flipping through some stocks here. I'm sure you guys don't want to see me just stay on this one trade. If you guys do, let me know in the chat, but I'm going to go ahead and start flipping through some charts on this particular trading screen. It's kind of being a boring trade. I wanted to show you guys something a little more exciting. We can talk about it. Look at EMPH. That one might be looking bullish, guys. That one rejecting there to break down today. Holding well again. Look at this stock, man. This daily chart is ridiculous. Woo! That daily chart is up there, guys. Another one, RLGY. I like this one if you look at it on a 15-minute. Here we go. Looking strong. I actually might take a buy on this. Doesn't look bad. I'd want it to kind of fake out to the 70 and then come back strong. I don't want to buy it up here because the risk is 70, and then if it just comes down to the support, then you just get stopped out really quickly. I don't like to be risking off support if I'm going long. I want to be below that, and if I could risk, let's say if I can get it at 73, 72, and then I can risk 67, that seems like a lot better risk because now you're down here. If you risk down here, it's going to be a lot better if you go ahead and you long it there. You want to long somewhere near here, 71, 72s, maybe even at 70, and then watch it get scooped up. All right, I'm not seeing the volume come in UWT that I really want to see. I want to see it break out. It's creating a negative candle on the 15-minute chart. That's what I'm trading off of right now. I'm trading off the 15-minute chart on these stocks. I seen it create a high there at 21. I wanted to hold that high. Did call this one out earlier in the day, so it's an interesting stock. If you look at the 15-minute, you see a longer-term trend on this stock. This is why I always remind traders to take a look at bigger time frames, because if you were only in intraday, you would not see this. You would not see a one up, two up, three up, faking everyone out, getting some longs, recollecting volume right here in an important price point, 70, 71, 73s, and then pushing, could push up through that resistance 588, easily get up there to 6. Next thing you know, 620s. I just need to see it come back at least to 72s though, but we'll see if that one comes back. All right, I think the big key here is that the SPY is going to get back above 290.50. I really don't want to see it get back above there, at least for DWT. DWT. Sorry about that. Want to see it hold. It's in a symmetrical triangle right now. Needs to break 15. Sorry about the yawn there, guys. I don't know if you heard it. It's been a long trading day. I don't mind though. I'm off. I don't mind sticking around with you traders. Definitely, guys, if you're in our live stream, check out the trader scanner that we have right now. That trader scanner can give you ideas of stocks that are moving. We're streaming trade ideas. It is very, very slightly delayed, probably about 2 minutes here, but still more than well to give you the kind of stocks that you need to trade. You guys can see stocks like volume leaders up in the 5-minute chart. You can see up on 3% or more with earnings today. I like that one. One of the best scanners out there, the high of the day momentum scanner here. Right now we had the stock DPLO. DPLO. Let's take a look at that. Look at that stock. You wanted to see a stock that's going long right now? Let's take a look at that. DPLO. Look at this. Let's see if this is even tradable. I highly doubt it. Oh, look. Hey, guys, wouldn't you be surprised? You guys can see it down here. It is tradable for us. So I can watch this stock. This stock has been ripping, man. Has a lot of volume on the day. Heavy resistance there at $6. Past that, $6.35. Good little pullback here. This is what I call the 9 EMA buy. You could buy it right here and risk off of 572s. I'm not going to go ahead and push into this stock just because I just seen it. I haven't seen the price action when it was all through this candles, but I love stocks that hold on the 5-minute. Can't break down. Gives you a really great ability to measure risk. You can measure risk here, 6 cents down, and you can really look for a potential gain here of 20 cents to that breakout of 6. RKDA going off there on the momentum scanner, guys. You were talking about this one, Adrian. There she goes. She held the 5-minute breakout there, guys. 5-minute breakout there through the $4. I was talking about her. I actually shorted her here at 393, and when she squeezed through, I said that she would be looking strong there and holding that 370s. She pushed up there, got some volume here. Let's see how the volume reacts when she pulls back to 50 here. The big orders is what you want to follow on a stock like this. So I'm seeing big orders go through there at 55, 57, and 56. So those to me are sell orders. That's the stock breaking out through the highs. A couple stocks, people taking some profit off there. Then it retraces. People rebuy into it there at the 50s, and now it's pushing past. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put up in the live chat on the live stream. I'm putting up the scanner channel. That's the scanner channel you see right there, guys. If you guys want to take a look at the scanners, you guys can go over there and take a look. DPLO. Let's go take a look at that one. All right, guys. Down 1, up 1, down 2, up 2, down 3, up 3. Now we shouldn't really see it crush down through that 75. We should see it break out through here. Just to go through what I call, a complete trading plan and take a trade in here. I'm willing to take a trade in this one. I'm going to go and do a small trade. So if it goes against me, it's not going to be the worst thing. But I'm willing to take a trade in this one. Let's take a little baby trade in this one, just to kind of show how we take trades and how we go approaching them. So now we've gotten a down 1, up 1, right? This is a high, right? Down 2, up 2. This is another high. Down 3. Let's draw the resistance here. Draw a trend line. See how it looks. So it's doing what I call a micro short pattern and can squeeze out above it. That should have been the high there. So we're going to go ahead and take the buy here at 80 or 81, and we're going to risk off this 75 price point. Giving it a second here to see if I can get 80s. All right, let's go to the 5-minute chart. My favorite chart to use around this time of day. Still haven't taken any step into this trade yet. There's only been algorithmic volume here. 100 shares, 100 shares, 100 shares. This is what we call by algorithmic volume. When you only see these 100 shares flowing, this is no retail trader in here. I want to see someone take a big sizing. So this should show up on this window on my time in sales. This window only shows shares that are greater than 200. So if someone puts an order that's greater than 2,000 shares in one order, I know I said 200, I apologize. Then 2,000 shares there, then they'll show up here. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a big cat to try to take this trade, and then I can jump in with him. Yeah, that RKDA, that baby's riding. Next time, I really want to nail one of these stocks on stream. I've taken these kinds of stocks, parabolic stocks, more off stream because it's more of a focus that you have to do. You have to really scalp them. But I need to get to the point where I take these kinds of trades there. All right, guys, got to keep an eye on DWT. The only thing I'm really liking is, like I told you guys, the SPY did not bounce there to 290.50. It's pushing on the lows. We need to see it break the low of the day, and that'll show us a nice confirmation, and we should get a continuation move here. RKDA, I feel like there's going to be a hard pullback here to the 425s. Be careful, guys, if you are long in that stock. There is a resistance there at 45s, but the next one down is 25. So understand the range in that stock. That stock has easily a 75-cent range. Yeah, AMD is way up there. If you look at it on the hourly chart, it's ripping out right now. All right, guys. UWT looking good for me here. I'm going to look for a slight pullback here for UWT, and then I can long it. I'm thinking DPLO looks good too there, but I'm going to stay off of this one. I can't see any retail trader in this, and I'm going to respect my own rule. I only do it if I see a cat, and I don't see a cat. I see nothing but mices trying to jump in this stock. I'm going to respect myself. All right, guys, looking at UWT here for potential long. Wanted to retrace here maybe to 30s, 31, 32s, and then I could take a long here. It's looking really well here. It's also the opposite of the other stock that I'm in, DWT. So it's a little bit dangerous to do what I'm doing. I'm putting all my eggs in one basket because the continuation move should happen in both trades. But I would like a little small retrace to the 9 EMA. The 9 EMA there, sitting there at 1132s, and then I could long it strictly off the support, which would be that 1125. TVX breaking down there. Not what I wanted to see. Showing the SPY coming back there to 250s there. There you go. Breakdown there for DWT there. Good move there. Looking good for DWT and UWT on the long. Let's go ahead and look at my trade. The SPY pushing back there, guys. Big key level is going to be at 20.90.50 right now. All right, let's see if we can break these 710s here. Who's still with me trading? Still there, AZ? Still there, Adrian? What's going on, Super? Who's still there? Keep me alive. This is what happens when John leaves. I go crazy on the mic. All right, guys. MPTN looks like it wants to break down for me. This is one of the best trades of my day today. Let's take a quick look here. NPTN still in this stock here from the open, guys. I traded this stock at the open. You know, it spiked up. I saw a big short come in there. I was able to get in it at 630s and really take this one down. Looks like it wants to break here and keep going down to that $6. If I do get a bounce up anywhere in this area, 612, 613, I could add and try to knock it right back down. But I'll let this one keep working. What's up, Rick? How we doing? Astrid, what's up? Even John in the house. Checking it out. All right, guys, don't forget we still got the scanners up on our other stream. If you need a scanner, check it out. Check out one of my babies, AMRN. That looks pretty bullish to me. This one looked bullish today to begin with. Overall in a downtrend, but it looks like it could try to test up there to that 1534s. All right. That would be the uptrend. Let's look at if it was in a downtrend here. Broke down once, up one, down one, up two, down two, up three. Let's see if we get a pullback here. It holds 480s and can rip through 15s, but it definitely looks strong here. Lots of buys in the 90s here. Lots of volume collecting up. Like I always say, we need to see this kind of volume, the retail volume, the bigger buys, the bigger shares. Let's go back to DTW as it see it breaking down. Looks like it wants to break down there, guys. Looks like we're in a great trade here. Just going to see if it's going to crack these 710s here. If it doesn't, we'll go ahead and take profit, and we'll look for it to bounce to 720s again. But I think we might just get through it. Let's see what happens. What's up, Rick? Just keep trading, just trading away. Oh, guys, remember that stock that John was a little bit fighting FSLY? John there was some crazy investors in this stock. This is a low flow stock going absolutely ballistic, not showing you any kind of advantage here. I'm trying to, I was going to look to see if I could trade this one, but I don't really see anything pattern like there. The only thing you can do is look out further and see maybe here, maybe something like that. But holy moly, this is what we call an upside down head and triangle, inverse head and triangle. I'll draw it out for you guys. The only thing I can see, at least from my eyes, on this stock. This is a low float stock showing up on the scanners, and this is what I could see. You get the head over here, and you get this kind of pattern there. Not definitely something that is easy to trade. It looked beautiful early for the fade, and just kind of faked out. Beautiful rejection there off the resistance. Let's see if it rejects hard there. Just trying to have some fun, look at some stocks that are moving fast, go through them, kind of give kind of comments on them. Really not trying to get you guys to make trades based on my opinions right here. These are just opinions. I want to state that, I'm not a professional trader. I'm not liable for your wins or your losses. I like to always say the wins part also. But that's just how it goes. A&F. So the stock that I have been looking to start breaking back down. I don't believe this stock is going to last around, just like a lot of the brick and mortar retailers. Brick and mortar retailers, I don't trust them. All right, guys, let's see what's going on with DWT here. It's still fighting. It doesn't want to break down there, guys. All right, guys, showing that it wants to bounce back up here, maybe to 718. What I'm not liking is that the VWAP is actually heading upwards. There was a slight tweak here, but when you actually look at the VWAP, it's come down, bounced a little bit, is actually moving further and further away from the 90 MA. That means that the bounce back to the VWAP is actually going to be at a point where it could go bullish. We just got to stick tight to our risk and reward here. We've already pulled $77 from this stock. We don't want to lose that. We have right now $30 holding. All right. Looking at that FSLY. There you go. Taking a trade. I see you, Rick. Good luck to you. Either way, stick to that system that you got. That's what we want to do. GNC moving also. That one's on the low. That stock is good buy. Let's see WW. This is another stock that's bullish on the day. WW Weight Watchers. The Weight Watchers, guys. You guys want to see kind of the? Let's talk. I've talked about some winners. Let's talk about my loser for the day. My loser for the day was Kron, guys. I really thought this one was going to break out here. As you can see it on the 15-minute, it broke out pretty strongly there at the gate. Let's go ahead and take a look at what happened and why I kind of lost on this stock. All right, so I saw the VWAP bounce. You know, to me, this looks like a perfect example of what we want to attack on a VWAP bounce. I'm going to quickly go through it here as I'm watching the stocks trade. This is what we call a VWAP bounce. We want to see a stock break out at the open. Here's 930. It goes ahead, shoots out with a lot of volume, shoots out to that 430. Right there is when I got interested. That's a nice 40-cent breakout on a stock that I can clearly see a whole dollar breakout. I'm going to go ahead and approach that whole dollar and try to get in there. When the stock goes and breaks out, it breaks out to almost 35, pulls back here to the VWAP, which is right at 14. I said that 14 pricing, so I went and I attacked that pricing. I was able to get a buy, not on this move here, but on the next one where it actually dipped through that 14. And then as soon as it dipped to and it came bouncing back, I got in there at 14 pricing and look for it to bounce back. It bounced back up here to this 14.13. I was able to sell a little bit of shares there, but didn't see it get to this 14.20. Was looking for it to come back up and rip out through this 14.30. It kind of retraced there and eventually stopping me out here. All right, guys, DWT there, breaking down, looking nice. Let's see if it continues down here and just starts getting stomped on. That's what I want to see it. I want to see volume step in here, really push it through the 7 so that we can either add or hold here. Look at the SPY spiking. Woo! Sorry to yell at you guys, but the SPY is taking off there, guys. There you go, Rick. Up there now to that 30.75. Not looking too bad up there at that resistance. Let's see if we see the breakout for you. Boom. There's a high of 30.79. Good trade, Rick. TVIX cracking hard there, guys. Looks like the SPY is going to come back with a vengeance. It's a little scary right now to trade because the SPY has been in really, really tight moves, and now in the last 5 minutes just had a good dollar move there. So some volatility coming into the market. Definitely got to pay attention. Look for the best trades. Getting to 702 there on DWT, but not breaking through the 7. Trying to let it break down through the 7 so I can get that good profit or add here. Look at that. A Weight Watchers breakout. Weight Watchers. All right, let's look at another couple stocks. Disney. Oh man, I should have traded the same pattern that I called out yesterday on Disney. Same pattern today. Making a huge breakout there. Looks like the market's getting up here. All the strong stocks making move here. Let's see Apple. Apple did the same move as Disney yesterday, so I want to see it today. Apple making kind of a similar move. Did that bearish move and then broke out through the VWAP. RKDA now up there to 470s. This stock just going absolutely parabolic today. All right, guys, getting a hard bounce here in DWT. Don't want to let it get past that 715. Hey, God, what I would do if I were you, join the Discord. And on the Discord, you can actually contact someone from TradeNet and contact them through there. And you can ask for the challenge. Angie, killing that RKDA. Can't blame you. That stock's been going crazy today. Oh, you just want a demo account? All right. Well, you can also contact them. We have a actual contact in TradeNet, Alice on the Discord. You can actually contact her. Maybe she'll get back to you faster than doing the email. Oh, MPTN did that spike to that 613. I like that one. What's the Discord? All right, let me find it for you. Give me a second. All right, guys, gonna put up the Discord link here. Discord link right up there. You guys want to join Discord? Go ahead and do it. Look at that. Look at that pop, Rick. 17,000 shares, 19,000 shares going through there at 1750, making that pop just go boom. Rick with a good trade there. Nice trade, Rick. Look at that baby go. She might break 18s, but I like the call out. There you go, Ricky. All right, guys, just hanging out here. All right, guys, might just end the day here, guys. It's starting to get a little bit slow here. Getting the spot, it bounced there. Just want to finish this trade, but see what happens here. Rick, no, we actually didn't get funded through the challenge. I actually bought the student package. Uh, the student package gives me the ability to trade with as much as when you start that 80,000 buying power. John actually has the expert package. He's all the way up there. He bought that one. That's a big package. You know, we always recommend kind of TradeNet more for the beginner, trying to learn and grow his skills. And that's what I think TradeNet is definitely best for. We really like it because we can short, and you know, as you see, most of the time we do take shorts in our channel, and that's why we trade with TradeNet. Yeah, you can get straight to the account. I mean, I'm not gonna say that no matter what you can, because I'm not really a part of TradeNet, and uh, you know, the only thing I can say is from my experience. You know, I didn't have to really go through the course. I talked to my kind of account manager, told him what I like to do, told him how I trade, and he could see from my experience that I was ready. And he went and sent me the live account. I did take the demo account serious. I do think the demo account that they give you for 2 weeks is very important. You need to learn how to trade on the server on the platform before you go ahead and you try to pressure yourself to make and kind of actually reproduce your strategy live. And that's the important thing of any trader, is learning how to reproduce the strategy live. So focus on the demo, focus on low share size. Those are all advantages of TradeNet. All right, guys, seeing a spike up here in NPTN. NPTN. I'm going to try to add some sizing into my 100 shares, because my 100 shares really isn't going to make me any money here. We have about $16 here. I don't mind adding in and just trying to risk off the average. Risk break even with the rest. We could get a bounce to 619 here, but I'm seeing it hold through these 610s very well. I want to see it reject here, maybe go to 614 and then just reject down, and I can try to attack this price right here. Yeah, essentially, I mean, when you buy a course, essentially that's exactly what they're doing, Rick. I like the way you described it there. When you take the intro, the expert, or the student package, what they're doing is they're investing in you, they're funding you, and they're giving you the ability to trade with more money than what you had. Uh, Really, what happens here is that it's CFDs, so they have an advantage here. And so that's what they're using. Of course, every broker has an edge. I always like to remind everybody that there is strengths and weaknesses to every broker. Whether you're using an American broker like Ameritrade, or you're using an international broker like SureTrader, TradeNet, you can use CMEG Group. There's so many different brokers. Always try to find out the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, and that way you can go ahead and try to work to your strengths and make money in this game. No stress, God. There's no need to kind of get into extreme margin. I agree with you. If you want to use a 1% risk every time, that's 100% fine. You're using a great ability to use your risk management, and if risk management is going to be your strength, I don't see that as a bad thing. I see that as a strength. All right, guys, seeing a bounce here in DWT. Really don't want to see it hold these 314s and try that 716. Seeing a crackdown also on UWT. I don't really like that. But it is a third high, so we might need to get it to 30 here and hold at 30 for UWT, and try to hold at 20 for DWT. We got to make that decision if we're just going to hold, or we're going to cut it here and just take the gain for the day. Square holding well there. Couldn't say it better, God. Got ATM here. Yeah, I believe the number one job as a trader is to manage risk. This is actually the video that we did last night. John put out a trading video on risk and reward, and that's really the important thing. If you're not managing your risk, then hey, I agree with you. Your second job there to make profit isn't really going to happen, because you're not being able to use what I call the mathematical advantage, keep your edge in the market. And that's what we're trying to do here. Just want to let everyone know that's in the live stream. The live stream, we do have a scanner up right now that you guys can go ahead and check out. I'll go ahead and I'll put up the scanner link. If you guys are trading right now or want to check out our scanner, go ahead and check that out. I'm over here ripping my vape. Looks like the SPY is going to test again to rip out. Let's see what happens here. If we get a breakdown of DWT through the 710s, that's what we really want to see here, and let it crush down through the 7s. All right, got a little fake out there. Let's see what happens here. All right, should see the volume come in now. Yeah, I see that FSLY. Maybe at the support there, 1750s. But that one had a huge breakout, man. It's not a bad win. Not a bad one to celebrate on. All right, there, guys, pushing there to the 7s. Starting to see some volume fill there good. Let's see the breakout on the UWT through the 1150s and the breakdown here through the 7s. the big thing is I haven't seen a volume spike. If I would have seen a volume spike like this where it's 750,000 shares, I probably would go ahead and add on right here. But I haven't really seen the big volume, the big price action. So just waiting to see if I can get the actual pattern to play out here before trying to chase more shares into this. I already taken profit. Just trying to let this work here. Trying to see the big sizing get in here at 7 and show me that, hey, we are knocking this thing down. We are getting it through 7, and we're looking towards 650s. That DPLO kind of setting up for a breakout, but the volume's too low in that one. All right, want to see the breakdown happen here. It's okay, Daily. It happens to the best of us, man. Just shake it off. Go enjoy the weekend. It's Friday. You can come back on Monday. And if you trade with a good week, trading your system with a good risk to reward, man, I can tell you there's nothing like it. So go ahead and just work through it, work through the down, work through the dip, get back up to that highs. I know we'll see you, Daily Swinger. Swing back, man. Swing back. Still trading here, guys. Well into 120, 120. Still in a trade, guys. I've been holding one trade, I think, since 9 a.m. 9. Let's find out. When did I get into MPTN? Let's find out. This is what we are here at beginner trading. We don't mind showing everything. Here you guys are seeing my tickets. Let's go ahead and sort this out here. All right, I got an MPTN short at 937, guys. 937. So been holding this one since 7 minutes into the market, guys. Don't worry, Swinger. It happens to the best of us. Just get back in there. I know you'll get there. All right, strong breakout in OSTK. OSTK was looking at this one. My boy James was actually looking at this one. I'm sure he was seeing the same thing I was seeing. Big volume getting in there at 24.20s, squeezing it up there to 24.50s. Still not getting this breakdown in DWT. AMD breaking out big there. Gonna actually look to see if MU wants to break out here. Getting some buying support there. So trying to see what's going to happen here. All right, guys, gonna make the decision here. Looking to get this ad for this breakdown here. If not, I'll have to stop out above that trend line here. See where I can get an entry here. Add into this position here. There you go. There you go. Good job, Rick. Some stocks ripping today.
All right, guys. So I think Mitch said he's having computer issues or something's going on with his computer in the Discord. And so I'll go ahead and close it down. Remember, guys, hit that subscribe button. If you click the subscribe button and you click the bell next to the subscribe button, it turns notifications on and you'll get a notification every time we go live. So every single time we go live with a live stream or put out a new upload, you'll get a notification. That's one of the best ways to help support our channel. Also, guys, so if you're still here, Mitch's computer apparently isn't working well. Join our trade ideas scanning stream. We have trade ideas scans up if you're still looking to trade. So join those, check those out. And there's the link to that. So yeah, join our day trading scanner stream. That's going to keep going for at least a little while longer. And so if you still want to chat, if you still want to chat with everybody, join the day trading scanner stream and check those out. And yeah, good luck for the rest of the day, guys. Have a good day. Hit that subscribe button. Good luck in the markets. And yeah, we'll see you all a little bit later. Have a good day, guys. Oh, also, I'm closing the stream now, but again, go join our Trade Ideas scanning stream. It's up right now at the link in the chat. So later, guys.